देखा होगा प्रदेश सरकार का बुलडोजर जब चला तो सभी बड़ी बड़ी हवेलियां नीचे गिरती हुई दिखाई दी।
बुलडोजर तो गैर कानूनी इमारत पर चलता है, लेकिन दर्द उसको पालने पोसने वालों को होता है।
इंतजार होगा उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता को कि बुलडोजर कब लखीमपुर पहुंचेगा और दोषियों के घर मकान को तोड़ेगा।
जय श्री राम।
Hello and welcome. That's right, the last stretch of the marathon that's been the 2022 campaign is entering its final stretch. The exit poll, the India Today Axis My India exit poll that the country looks forward to get a sense of what has happened in the 5 battleground states, including the country's most populous and most significant state of Uttar Pradesh. We'll be going to all 5 states over the next few hours, so wherever you are, grab a cup of coffee. It's a long evening ahead, and we're going to give you exactly what the pollsters are saying are the big trends in the battle for 2022. Rahul.
Speaking of battles, we've been focused fully on the big war in Ukraine, but we are breaking away for the next 4 hours. We want to give our viewers a sense of what to expect this evening. We'll start at 6:30 p.m. With the state of Punjab. Remember, till 6:30 we can't reveal our numbers. We'll start with Punjab. We'll take you through Uttarakhand, Goa, Manipur, and then we'll count down to that big state of Uttar Pradesh. Rajdeep is so excited, he's literally jumping off his seat. Rajdeep?
You know, I prefer results day because I don't get, results is the ultimate test. But exit polls are interesting, exciting because they give a sense, I think, more than just the gyan that we get on the road. At the pollster, I still believe Rahul perhaps has a little bit more of data than we can have. We can provide the analysis. Anecdotes. We can provide the hawa. I have a sense of which way the hawa is going, but I would like to see what the pollsters say.
1,21,000. That's the size of our sample for the state of Uttar Pradesh. In Punjab, where we'll start from, it's 28,000. This is the most robust polling exercise that's conducted across any television network. 300 plus voters in every constituency. We'll take you through the numbers for Punjab, Uttar Pradesh and all the other states. Let's first take you through the headlines.
Voting done. All eyes now on the big exit poll numbers. India Today Axis My India will put out the exit poll results for 5 states shortly, starting with Punjab at 6:30 p.m.
Nearly 54% polling in the 7th phase of elections in Uttar Pradesh. Who has the edge? Find out on India's #1 election destination.
Which way will Punjab go? Will Charanjit Singh Channi be able to beat back anti-incumbency, or will Aap and Bhagwant Mann sweep Punjab in a mood for change? And what of the Akalis this time?
Who will win the battle of Goa, Uttarakhand and Manipur? Stay tuned for the biggest poll predictions on India Today.
It's day 12 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Kharkiv continues to be under siege. Russia declares a ceasefire to help India evacuate its citizens from 4 of the worst hit cities.
So what we'll do till 6:30 p.m. is a bit of punditry. You haven't seen the numbers, our experts haven't seen the numbers. We'll try and find out how close they're likely to be later to the actual results. Let me introduce you to the pundits joining us in the studio. Rahul Verma joins us, one of our sharpest new generation political scientists, deep sense of quantum analysis. Professor Sanjay Kumar of CSDS is with us. He's doing his own post-poll study, so he does have the benefit of research. His own pollsters out on the ground, more from an academic perspective, but his insights are always very sharp. Rakesh Sinha ji is wearing just the right shade of saffron. He's cheering for Yogi, cheering for the BJP, and he's joining us in the studio. To my left, I want to introduce our senior editor, Harmeet Shah Singh. He's usually on the desk, but insisted that he wanted to be out in the field in Punjab, which is what he did. I hope your family is okay and happy to have you back. Rahul Srivastav joins us. He's been away across Uttar Pradesh. That's his native state. Understands the nuances and the minutiae of UP politics virtually better than anyone else I know. Rahul, welcome. Great to have you back and outside your jeep. Preeti Chaudhary joins us. Try and keep her away from the field and you'll find out. She's been traveling through Goa, she's been to Punjab, she's been to Uttar Pradesh, and she's here. And Rajdeep, you've been eating a lot on your plate.
I've been eating in every state except Uttarakhand. Somehow I missed out on Uttarakhand, and then Ukraine happened and I missed out on Eastern UP. But yes, this is a wonderful country, and food is part of the wondrousness of India. So you can go to Manipur, go to Ukhrul and have pork curry. You can come to Goa and have fish curry. You can be in Uttar Pradesh and you can have the best tunde kebab, and you can be in Punjab and have the best butter chicken. So
I see Rajdeep's being safe. He didn't mention beef curry anyway. I said he's going to get us into trouble before we just got started.
But the fact is that this is an important election because this is the first big election after the second wave of COVID. It comes at a time when the economy has gone through various shocks. It comes at a time when mehengai has been an issue, berozgari, joblessness. But on the other side, you've got Mr. Modi and in this case in UP, Yogi Adityanath, the so-called double engine. And therefore, it's a huge test, Rahul, because post-2019, the BJP has had mixed results in state elections, lost a couple of them. And therefore, this is a critical election for the BJP and for the Congress, because in 4 of the 5 states, the battle is BJP versus Congress. So for Rahul Gandhi, who's invested a lot of his equity in Punjab, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra in UP, and indeed for Arvind Kejriwal, the X factor of Indian politics, can he win Punjab?
So Rajdeep has the numbers, so I won't ask him, but I'll go across to Rahul Verma first. Give our viewers a sense of what to look out for in Punjab. When they're looking at the numbers, what are you picking up? Not looking for seat shares and vote share from you, just a broad sense of what to look out for from 6:30 onwards.
Okay, so the biggest thing about Punjab this election compared to 2017, one is the decline in turnout. That's a big decline. And
why did it go down in your view?
I don't have an idea. I don't think anyone of... we will get a better idea once the results are out, because then we can look at patterns. But there is a difference in turnout patterns across regions. That's the first. Second, everyone is talking about basically surge in numbers for AAP. The question would be how far Akalis are going, because that will tell us about the position of Congress in Punjab, whether it will remain a competitor or will it melt down.
Sanjay Kumar, what will you be looking out for in Punjab?
Rahul, I think there have been talk about a multi-cornered contest in Punjab. We have been talking about the 3 main players, as well as there are other players as well. So I think one needs to watch when the exit poll assessments come out, whether it is going to be whether it was really a multi-cornered contest, whether it was a 2-way contest or whether it was a 3-way contest. There have been assessment that Aam Adami Party has surged ahead of other parties. That's the assessment from the ground. What is the extent of that surge, and whether Aam Adami Party has been able to surge in all the 3 regions? There have been talk about that.
Sure, because in 2017 also, you might recall, the Aam Adami Party was seen as the party surging ahead, but as we saw, the Congress won. But let's go to our 3 people on the ground and get from them what they think they're looking most forward to. Preeti, what are you most looking forward to, given the fact that you've been on the ground in Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, other parts?
Well, if you're talking about Punjab, then Rajdeep, as a journalist,
Not just Punjab, across India, what is the most thing you're looking forward to?
Well, in Punjab, what I'm looking forward to is to know, because as a journalist, I clearly saw the chemistry lie with the Aam Adami Party. Does the arithmetic lie, with the Akalis or the Congress? That is what's said. What I am looking for is, where Punjab is concerned, is I actually don't see a hung assembly. Like most of them said that there could be tight, things depends how Akalis do, will we know how Congress will do. What I picked up, I'm just telling you very organically what I picked up from ground. I picked up, and it's very rare that a journalist can pick up a wave. I saw a wave for the Aam Adami Party. Will it translate into votes? We'll only know, at least with our exit polls now. Okay, Rahul, you've traveled the most through Uttar Pradesh, your Karma Bhumi, your Janma Bhumi both. Mr. Modi's Karma Bhumi now. What have you picked up there?
Razi, the hunter is getting hunted.
The hunter, i.e. the ruling party?
The BJP is the hunted now. I think this election will be decided by two very critical things. One is how potent is the underground subterranean Hindutva element, because the voters may say a lot outside the polling booth, but when they get inside and pressing the button, what weighs the heaviest on them, their mind? That Hindutva element or rest, Naukri, Pesha, Jati and everything. And I think this is an election, Rajdeep, about one of the most marginalized sections of the society and economically marginalized, perhaps assertively deciding that they had joined the BJP last time around. But this time they will tell whether their aspirations will decide their vote or not, Rajdeep, because I have seen a lot of anger among this section on basic roti kapda makan elements.
Interesting.
Rakeshji, what are you picking up? What's at stake for the BJP in these places?
No, I think Bharatiya Janata Party is sustaining democracy in India. You know, most of the parties are contesting the elections on the basis of individualism and the dynasts. The party, you just see the election, because the election results would come and we would analyze the pitfall of the election results. But you see, the political parties are contesting on the basis of one individual, whether Arvind Kejriwal in Punjab, here Akhilesh Yadav in Uttar Pradesh, or just see the scenario. But here Bharatiya Janata Party's entire machinery is involved in the election. We are door-to-door contact. Even the Home Minister and Prime Ministers, they are campaigning just like the workers. So why I said democracy, we are sustaining democracy, because there is a party who is considers the importance of the worker, considers the importance of the election, and you know the workers from different parts of the state, India, went to Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, other parts to do election campaigning. One important factor, what I find that anti-BJPism has no solid base. They try to create anti-BJPism, just like anti-Congressism was created in 1967 and later on 1977. But here you find that there is a fragmentation in the opposition party on the question of issues, on the question of leadership.
Interesting the way you are putting it. You believe the opposition is fragmented and you believe the BJP is offering the democratic alternative because the BJP is not dynastical. Yes. Harmeet, as Rahul was mentioning, you've been traveling across Punjab, and Punjab is fascinating this time because of all that has happened in the last 6 months in Punjab. Chief ministers being changed, Navjot Singh Sidhu being brought in as a party president, first Dalit Sikh chief minister, and the Aam Adami Party factor. What did you pick up?
Well, there is one thing. Is there a complete disenchantment with the Akalis and the Congress there? That's one thing. If there is complete disenchantment, then of course we will see a sweep of Aam Adami Party. But if there is no complete disenchantment with these two parties, then it's going to be a hung assembly. I mean, this is my sense. And if it's going to be a hung assembly, the critical question then will be who will be the kingmaker. You see, we have seen Punjab from the eyes of...
Punjab has never had a hung assembly, Harmeet. So this would be history if it is.
It did. In 1967, there was a hung assembly. In 1969, there was a hung assembly. And before that, Punjab has a history of having mergers. Punjab has a history of having coalition governments. Punjab has a history of having post-poll alliances, pre-poll alliances. You know, what we are aware of is that there are only pre-poll alliances. But yes, if there is going to be some sort of a hung assembly, who will be the kingmaker, or who will go with which side? Remember, in 1967, this happened. Akalis were on the one side, and you know, they all with different ideology, Republican Party of India, Communist Party of India, Communist Party, Marxist, Jan Sangh, they all banded together.
So you're saying history in Punjab doesn't rule out the possibility of a hung assembly.
Okay, fair enough. Harmeet's credentials as a Punjab political commentator also rest on him getting Punjab right.
No, because he knows, and this is also off the record. I've had a lot of bets.
Off the record, you're on national TV. What is off the record on national TV?
No, off the record, just a minute, Rahul. Off the record are the numbers, but Harmeet and I have a bet going on Punjab. Preeti and I have a bet going, a lunch bet on Uttar Pradesh. So there's lots for me to look forward to. If on the 10th, if I'm right on the 10th.
If there is a coalition government, then it will be history. A new history will be created.
That's right. So coalition government would be a new...
Can we go to some of our reporters and get a sense of what's happening? Because we've got Manjeet Saigal from Chandigarh, Samarth Srivastav joins us from Lucknow, and we have Aishwarya Paliwal joining us from Varanasi. Varanasi is where the elections happened today, the last phase of polling. So let's go across to Aishwarya first. If you give our viewers a sense of that stunning backdrop. I mean, just imagine. This is just the perfect time, Aishwarya, to be out in Varanasi just around the time of the Aarti. Give our viewers a sense of all that you picked up through the day during the 7th phase of polling.
Yes, Rahul, you are right. You know, I am definitely enjoying the scene out here. The Aarti will begin in just a couple of minutes. But one thing which is very crucial, especially if we talk about Varanasi, you know, I have been to various polling booths. Rahul, everyone who's gone to vote has some issue or the other they want to vote on, they want to talk about. If we talk about the women, safety is their issue. If we talk to the farmers, they say the chutta bell, all the stray cattle is a big issue. The middle class people talk about their economic growth, the growth of Varanasi. So one thing which is very clear in the elections in Uttar Pradesh is that every voter who's going to the polling booth, he or she has some issue or the other. And, you know, one thing which we really now need to see is people have been very silent. We have been trying to speak with a lot of people. Some of them are very vocal, but a majority is the silent voter. They don't want to talk about it. And I think, Rahul, those are the voters which might be the deciding factor in this elections. Rahul.
And the man for whom this is the biggest moment is really the Baba Bulldozer, Yogi Adityanath. Since 1989, 34 years plus, no chief minister has come back to power. Uttar Pradesh has always seen change after 5 years. If Yogi Adityanath is able to buck that trend, he in any case is first amongst equals amongst UP chief ministers. He goes one notch up even more. We've got Abhishek Mishra.
No, in fact, just to add, no chief minister of Uttar Pradesh has completed 5 years and then got re-elected. Never happened in the history of Uttar Pradesh. No, never happened. Not 5 plus 5. No full term. No full term 5-year chief minister has then got re-elected in the history of Uttar Pradesh. So in many ways, if the BJP wins Rahul Uttar Pradesh, it would be scripting a new history.
And wins, Rajdeep, the critical thing is, do they just scrape through or do they win big? There are different political ramifications for Yogi Adityanath on both those scenarios.
Absolutely.
Abhishek Mishra joins us from Gorakhpur. Abhishek, give our viewers a sense of everyone around the mutt in Gorakhpur where Yogi Adityanath comes from. How charged up are they about the performance of Yogi Adityanath in these big assembly elections?
Well, absolutely, Rahul sir, and there is a lot of excitement among the people from Gorakhpur, because it is the first time when Yogi Adityanath is contesting as for an MLA, and that too from Gorakhpur urban seat. And the relevance and the impact it has is not just about the 9 seats of Gorakhpur, but it's all about all those 46 seats who are adjoining to the Gorakhpur, and the mutt has a strong hold, strong impact and a direct impact on all those seats. It was very clear from the beginning when Yogi Adityanath decided to get into the battle against the Samajwadi Party, and he opted for the Gorakhpur. And we have seen during the polling in Gorakhpur how there has been a lot of talk about the kind of the governance model which Yogi Adityanath has projected throughout the 5 years. There has been issues about taking charge of the Mafia-wad, law and order. At the same time, the beneficiaries who were given ration, and all those issues have been prominent throughout the campaign for Yogi Adityanath. And when we spoke to him in Ayodhya and in Gorakhpur, he was very confident about his victory. He said that, the BJP is going to get 300 plus. That was the number he was giving. And he said that there has been a change as far as, the issues are concerned. And the BJP has successfully able to address all those issues in past 5 years.
But majorly, the BJP's assessment is more conservative than Yogi Adityanath's assessment. If you speak to those who Yogi Adityanath is speaking to on a daily basis, he's insisting, Rajdeep, the 300 plus. In Delhi, the central leadership thinks 250 plus, but Yogi Adityanath himself is saying, I've done my maths, I know each of these seats, I think it's 300 plus.
It's very interesting that Uttar Pradesh has gone through phases. 6 months ago, everyone thought this was let's put it this way, in the aftermath of COVID, and people thought that the BJP had a struggle. As you came closer to the election announcement, people thought, who's the opposition? Where is the opposition that's going to come to the BJP? BJP will win. Then in the last 10 days, I've suddenly been seeing a lot of editorial comment, which seems to suggest it's a tight race and maybe Akhilesh wins. I myself wrote a piece 2 weeks ago suggesting BJP will win and got into trouble. I didn't say BJP will win, but said they had a clear lead. So my sense is that Uttar Pradesh has, as you've gone from west to east, there has been a change in the mood. In the west, it appeared Samajwadi Party. Then as you go into the east, things change. So we don't know which way UP goes. And therefore, I think, as you say, there are conflicting versions. The BJP doesn't seem as confident as Yogi Adityanath seems. And Akhilesh seems very confident. Akhilesh seems very confident.
But can I just say this? When the BJP projects confidence, Rakesh ji, is usually when they think that things aren't necessarily very good and they're trying to pump up everyone. When the BJP appears anxious is usually when they know they're doing well, but they want to ensure that nobody goes slow. Thanda nahi hona hai, tight rehna hai, tight. So the BJP makes it seem as if everything is very anxious, tight rehna, everybody tight, tight. But when they're winning, they're very calm. When they're losing, he's trying to ensure that everybody's morale stays up. And that seems to be the way they do a bit of reverse psychology.
No, I think this time Bharatiya Janata Party knows that the contest is a social coalition, a very strong social coalition, and that social coalition constitutes, MOI. They are very aggressive against the Bharatiya Janata Party. So Bharatiya Janata Party has to mobilize the democratic forces against the reactionary coalition. The caste and communal coalition, they came to as a deterrent to the Bharatiya Janata Party. That reflected in the editorial comments of most of the newspapers, that because they are very vocal, they want to stop BJP. The reasons well known to the people. So I think that Bharatiya Janata Party has campaigned on the issues which are the soft powers of the state. Rajdeep, what people confused, when BJP raises the soft power in Uttar Pradesh, they say that this is a communal issue. When Varanasi is projected, that is not the same Varanasi would have been in the America, that was a great symbol of Varanasi.
Rakesh ji, when Yogi Adityanath speaks of 80-20, speaks of Abba Jan, speaks the language in a way that is seen to be a bulldozer, the language of bulldozer, you're telling me it has nothing to do with creating an alternate coalition that is not in a way communal? You accuse the MY coalition of being of reactionary and being communal.
In
80-20 is also playing the same communal politics.
In democracy, not only the ideas but expressions varied. You can't say the same expressions, same language, and Abba Jan is nothing wrong. If says तुम्हारा अगर मान लीजिए मैं भाषण देता हूँ और कहता हूँ तुम्हारा बाप, कोई कहता है तुम्हारा अब्बा जान, तो how do you say that this is attack on a particular community? No. अब्बा जान या कोई इंग्लिश में कहे your father, then I say that it is attack on the Christians. No, it is not at all. Okay, it is expression of Yogi Adityanath ji, and he is a very democratic, secular person. And if people don't like the saffron clad, that
let's get a sense from Manjeet Saigal in Chandigarh about the mood in Punjab. The election was so far back that everybody's been on holidays or they've been to some kind of a detox ashram. And now, Manjeet, give our viewers a sense of the political pulse in Punjab right ahead of the big India Today Access My India exit poll.
Well, Rahul, the people of Punjab were expecting two things in 2022 Assembly elections. One, Aam Adami Party had appealed people to vote for a change. Then Congress was facing a 5-year-long anti-incumbency. In that sense, we were expecting that there will be a heavy turnout or a bumper poll, but that did not happen. If we compare the data with 2017, there was a drop of more than 5%, and not only in the areas where the Congress was voted to power last time, but in other areas as well. For instance, in Malwa belt, which happens to be a stronghold of Aam Adami Party, out of 28 seats in South Malwa belt, Rahul, 14 seats witnessed a drop of 5% in vote share or a turnout. Aam Adami Party claimed that there was an undercurrent for the party. People were in support. Congress leaders claimed that if the voter turnout was not heavy, it means people were not angry with the Congress party and the anti-incumbency was missing. So these were the two factors, Rahul, people were expecting, but this did not happen. We spoke to many psephologists as well. They said,
that's interesting that you put out the voter turnout, because normally you think vote for change, voter turnout will be high. Is that true?
It's impossible to know whether high voter turnout...
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether there is any correlation that only if you have a high voter turnout, does that suggest a mood for change? Traditionally, that's how, we saw psephology, that the more the numbers people came, it was a mood for change. Is that true or not true?
Among many myths which gets created, that's also a myth. 30 years of data basically tells you increase or decrease in turnout has nothing to do with whether the government is coming back to power or not. And among other myths is one of the myths, silent voters, which also we keep discussing. So we keep creating these myths without having a lot of...
No, politicians do. In Punjab, the day the voter turnout fell, those who were, because a number of us who went in the field were talking of Badlav, and there's a possibility of Badlav. The moment the voter turnout went lower, politicians said, where is the Badlav? There cannot be Badlav if there's lower voter turnout.
as far as silent voters is concerned, I'm giving just example. There's a certain caste or certain community which against the BJP traditionally. But when the benefits reaches to them, central government and state government, and a section of them vote without shouting that they are pro-BJP, without claiming that they are pro-BJP, publicly they declaim BJP, but internally they support BJP, that is the silent vote. That's sometimes...
Okay, respond now.
See, I'm not saying there are no silent voters, but silent voter is also not a monolith category. There are so many different types of silent voters that ultimately the net result cancel out. So if you think that silent voter, like if there is an increase in turnout, there is going to be a badlav. And if you think that there is a silent voter always going to vote out the government, that's not true. Okay. They also vote for the government, they also vote against So the net effect basically
So we'll take a quick break, Rajdeep.
We have to take breaks, okay?
Just a very quick break. When we come back, we'll put out the first set of post-poll data. Remember, this is not an exit poll in the traditional sense. We're just standing outside a polling station randomly and trying to catch people as they come out. This is a very intense post-poll exercise conducted over days. Every single assembly constituency has been visited by the Axis pollsters. We'll get you the details of our first state on the other side of a very quick break. Stay with us.
Crypto Watch brought to you by BitBNS.
To understand elections, you've got to get to the heart of the action.
What's moving voters on the ground? You need to be out where the action is.
Our election coverage ensures that every voice is heard.
The most in-depth analysis and by far the most accurate exit polls.
India Today brings together decades of ground reportage with the A-team of psephologists.
Most accurate, trustworthy exit polls.
With so much at stake in these elections, there's only one destination for everything in Indian politics.
Watch State of War Exit Poll March 7th, 6 p.m. onwards, only on India Today TV.
That's in your heart is the car that really matters. Skoda Slavia. It's all that matters. Skoda. Simply clever.
Ukrainians are armed and ready to defend their motherland. Amongst their choice of weapons are homemade Molotov cocktails. Now, these are not to be confused with your regular cocktails because these Molotovs are not for sale. What is a Molotov cocktail? Known as the poor man's grenade, the Molotov cocktail is an incendiary weapon.
Moves your world. Titan Mechanical.
Will Metaverse replace our reality? Can it? We don't know that yet, but in its present form, it kind of is a duplicate of the physical world. But the only way to access it is via the internet. The idea of Metaverse has its roots in many sci-fi narratives from the 90s. It exists either as immersive online games, workrooms, virtual concerts, or much more. So, what can you do in the metaverse? Apparently, a lot. From watching your favorite pop star to working as personalized avatars in a virtual workspace, metaverse can make that happen. It will eventually be possible to do exactly what we do in reality thanks to a virtual reality freed from physical constraints. As interactions increase, it will be possible to meet people, make purchases, and pay in cryptocurrency or go sightseeing while staying at home. Well, virtual tourism seems like a nice idea in the comfort of your room. What tools would you need for metaverse? You'd need virtual reality headsets and a good internet connection for starters. Virtual reality headsets will allow us to immerse ourselves in 3D worlds in the form of avatars animated by our movements. But it will require an enormous amount of computing power to allow millions of people to act simultaneously in that virtual space. Even devices that recreate taste, smell, and touch could be invented. What do you think? Are you ready for the metaverse?
You are watching.
Okay, so this is the moment you've been waiting for. Since the morning, everyone's been asking, number batao. So now is the time we start doing that. We'll start with the state of Punjab. What you're about to see on your screens now are the India Today Access My India exit poll numbers for Punjab. Every single of these 117 assembly constituencies was sampled, a total sample size of 28,582. Rajdeep, let's get started.
Okay, let's get started with the state of Punjab, which in many ways has been just as exciting as Uttar Pradesh, quite simply because there's been so much of drama in the state of Punjab. And we are going to add to the drama because these are the first vote share numbers in the My India Access poll on Punjab. 41% for the Aam Adami Party, 28% for the ruling party, Charanjit Singh Channi of the Congress, 19% for the Shiromani Akali Dal BSP combined, 7% for the BJP Amrinder Singh combined, 5% others. But look at the gap, 13% gap for Aam Adami Party. Arvind Kejriwal there. Remember, Bhagwan Mann is their chief ministerial candidate, but it's Arvind Kejriwal, their national convener, who's been the driving force there in Punjab. 41 is playing 28-19. Are we seeing history scripted in Punjab? What is the My India Access poll saying when it comes to the big numbers now of Punjab? Take a look at these numbers. We're now going to give you the big numbers for Punjab in a moment. 28% is the vote share, 117 seats in Punjab. How is it playing out? This is what the Access My India, 76-90 for the Aam Adami Party. If this poll is right, this is history. Landslide as of now of the kinds that we've seen only when Indira Gandhi and others were around in Punjab. Punjab has normally seen competitive elections, Akalis versus the Congress. Congress down to 1931. If this is right, the Channi experiment has not quite worked. 7-11. Shiromani Akali Dal collapsing, the party that ruled Punjab for 10 years, 2007 to 17, and has been the old party of Punjab. The BJP's experiment not working. JP Nadda, as we are showing there, interesting, with Amrinder Singh, and 0-2 for others. So clearly, this is a landslide, is what Pradeep Gupta of Axis is predicting. Now this is huge, because Rahul, this completely changes the map of Punjab in a manner that we haven't seen and makes Arvind Kejriwal potentially a national figure.
And the most interesting thing in the numbers for Punjab is that if you look at the region of Malwa, out of the 69 seats of Malwa, the Access My India exit poll is predicting that the AAP will win 63 out of 69. It is in Maja, the areas near Amritsar where AAP was weak last time, in Majha as well. The AAP has twice the number of seats the Congress is winning. In Doab though, which is the area around Jalandhar and Hoshiarpur and Nawashahar, which is where the AAP is behind the Congress. There it's 12 to the Congress, 5 to the AAP. But if you look just at Malwa, which is where Bhagwant Mann comes from, which is also where there has been a massive AAP wave even in 2017. There, out of 69, 63 seats, Malwa and to some extent Majha helping the Aam Admi Party cross all this confusion which was there. Sanjay Kumar, in people's mind, will it be hung? Is it tight? Has there been transfer of Dera votes? This exit poll is suggesting Aam Admi Party is likely to be in power in Punjab and win in style.
Rahul, I have no doubt that it's not going to be hung, but I don't know whether it is going to be between 76 and 90 seats. But I think it is going to be a clear victory for Aam Admi Party. There is no question about hung assembly, no question about whether Aam Admi Party is going to be short of majority or not. I think the exit poll data is giving a clear indication of that, and this is the sense we are getting from the ground also.
And you made a significant point, Rahul, about Malwa itself. 69 seats there. Even last time, the Aam Admi Party got almost all its 16 seats from there, only 2 from the rest. But this is also the agrarian heartland. Harmeet will tell us more. This is where a number of people who participated in the farmers' agitation were. This is where many of the issues that really trouble Punjab today, whether it is high unemployment, whether it is health facilities, whether it's education, everything really comes together in what was the agrarian heartland of Punjab. Harmeet, you seem stunned by these results.
Of course, I am stunned because...
you don't accept them. You don't think this will happen.
Oh, well, I'll still wait for the actual result, but if these numbers hold true, then definitely Aam Admi Party has swept the bellwether region of Malwa. There are, of course, as you mentioned, there are 69 seats there, and it won 18 seats from this region in 2017, so which is a huge jump, which means that it has... And the other aspect here is that the Akalis are nowhere in the picture now. So a regional party is gone if these numbers hold true. And
what it also says is that all these efforts at trying to transfer votes and trying to be too clever by half, by trying to ensure tactical switching on seats for candidates between parties, when there's a wave coming, and this jugaad doesn't work. It's quite simple. Preeti, you traveled, and in some senses feeling of vindication that what you picked up?
I don't know. Vindication will only happen when the last vote is counted on the 10th. But I'll just give you anecdotally on why I feel, these numbers could be close to the real numbers. Because, I covered the election in 2017, Rahul. And if I was to look, one of the main reasons why I actually thought this was a genuine organic way for the Aam Admi Party, this was cross-region. To give you an example, I was in Majha, the border villages. Now, that's a belt where the Panth vote for the Akali comes from, very strong, where the Akalis are concerned. I sat village after village where people did not know the candidate's name. But when I asked them who are they going to vote for, they said Jhadu. So, these are indications that there is a wave on when you don't know the name of the candidate. Number 2, what I think has worked very well for the Aam Admi Party is announcing Bhagwant Mann as the chief ministerial face. He might be a comedian, but I saw him being wildly popular. One final, point I'll make, Rajdeep, is when you went to the road shows of the Aam Admi Party in the evening, where you see the difference from a regular party, why this was organic, people were coming out with their children, people were coming out as families. The whole, the tagline of Badlav, which was their campaign, actually filtered down the common most denominator. They wanted change.
I'll tell you the one big difference, because there is a caveat that people will add, which is why the nervousness that you said, Rahul, a lot of people thought hung, because last time, similarly, exit polls were predicting an AAP victory, Congress won in the end. There's a big difference. One is, of course, Bhagwant Mann, chief ministerial candidate, there was no. But I think what has happened, cross-region, yes. But importantly, you've now had 10 years of Congress spread over the last 20 years, and you had 10 years of Akalis. In 2017, the Congress could claim that the anti-incumbency, especially after the sacrilege issue, was entirely with the Akalis, and they capitalized on it with a strong Jat Sikh leader in Captain Amrinder Singh, tried and tested. This time, tried, tested, and found to be wanting, both the Akalis and the Congress. So that moved for, but I've always believed, Rahul, controversial, and that's where Malwa comes in. The Aam Admi Party, with its kind of politics, will win when there is a strong mood for change. Badlav, khatam kar do sab. All
No, but you have to make that. You have to make that mahal. See, that mahal doesn't happen on its own. You have to be present on the ground and channelize people's anger and be the agent of change.
Absolutely, but Rahul, if these numbers hold, and that is, if, you know, when there is a congressman on the show, we should look at that. So, the Congress changed its chief minister 5 months ago, and I've gone through the records. Not since PC Sethi in the 1970s has a chief minister been changed within 6 months of an election. That was peak of Indira Gandhi's popularity. Has a party won an election? You can't change a chief minister 4 months before and believe people will forget 4.5 years. Anti-incumbency.
But BJP is trying that in Uttarakhand.
8 months before. 8 months before, but I'm giving 6 months. Therefore, yes, BJP could do it, but you remember Sushma Swaraj, others. It hasn't always worked. My sense is the Congress accepted that there was anti-incumbency by changing their chief minister, did it much too late. You want to change a chief minister, change him 12 to 18 months. Not enough. Yes,
okay. Also, after the changing the chief minister, what did the Congress do?
Exactly.
The mess it created on the toes of the change, and also the BJP and the Akalis created a huge mess. You see, I think if it is happening the way we are predicting, it means that it is a vote against the moribund old-timers and the entire caucus which ruled Punjab. I think they are voting, as you said, for a different change. And imagine what a moment. I think first time ever a regional player like Arvind Kejriwal will get to rule another state in India.
It's very significant.
It's the first time
in
ever.
The context of
there is no
politics.
regional party which has come to rule another state.
But it is not a regional party. That is the difference. That is, in my view, the one advantage AAP has over a TMC.
No, that is because that is perceptibly.
No.
Because he thinks it's acceptable.
No, which is the... You see, Delhi is not a region. Delhi is the national capital. Arvind Kejriwal has that one advantage. He can genuinely go out to a state and claim I'm a national alternative without carrying the regional party tag. Now, all of this depends, of course, on what happens. But if these results hold, Rahul, think about it. Himachal Pradesh goes to the polls in November, December. Gujarat, which is his next target. The
difference is that here there are very few months left. In Punjab, they were in the reckoning even last time.
No, you're right.
It takes time to build parties.
You're right. All I'm saying is, what does it say? I think the biggest shock, the first big shock of these exit polls is for the Congress party. Rahul Gandhi himself was behind the removal of Amrinder Singh and the appointment of Charanjit Singh Channi in the belief that a Dalit chief minister will change the...
And Rakesh Sinha, is this BJP's worst nightmare?
No, in fact, Bharatiya Janata Party has not been a big player in Punjab. It had alliance with the Akali party. So
I'm saying the significance of AAP winning. See, AAP is very different from Congress.
You know what I find that in this election, the AAP has cast the anti-establishment factor, and the voters have bracketed all the national parties in one seat. That is part of establishment, because each and every party ruled the Punjab. And what I find in this survey, that only 25% women have been included. I think that would change. You just see 75% male and 25 women. And the women are very significant player in the elections. They are very silent voters. Their voting trend is different from the
our guests
male
who are
voters.
joining us. Reena Gupta from the Aam Adami Party, Rajdeep Singh Khadial of the Congress, and Jangveer Singh of the Shiromani Akali Dal. Reena Gupta, to you first. The India Today exit poll for Access My India suggesting that not just is the Aam Adami Party winning, but winning in massive style. This could go up, according to this poll, up to about 90 seats. A vote share increase from 24.9% to 41%. That's a 16% increase in 5 years. No wonder Reena is smiling from ear to ear. Mubarak.
Thank you, Rahul. This is exactly what we were hoping to achieve, Rahul. We ran a really positive campaign and we focused on real issues. All the other parties, try to derail the campaign, bringing in all sorts of issues. But till the end, we focused our campaign on real issues of school, education, electricity, water. And I'm so happy that the people of Punjab have embraced this positive campaign, and also this vote is for Badlao, Rahul. And I'm really happy that we can take the Kejriwal model of governance from Delhi to other states. Punjab used to be a glorious, prosperous state, and we are looking forward to bringing the glory back to Punjab, Rahul. And I'm very sure that it's going to be a clean sweep like Delhi, and we'll get upwards of 80 seats on the 10th when the counting actually happens and we get the results.
Rajdeep Khadial, from the Congress's perspective, I mean, the Congress, Rajdeep, really knows how to blow things up. First, you had Amrinder Singh, you pushed him out, you brought in Channi, you irritated Navjot Singh Sidhu, And, you know, like it used to be said about the Indian cricket team, once you can snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, I think the Congress has mastered that art. This was an election you were poised to win, you just went and blew it up.
Assuming the numbers are right.
Of course, all of this is assuming.
I've just got a message from a Congress leader that you will have egg on your face on Thursday. So the first attack on the exit poll has taken place from the Congress party.
We come here to bat with helmets and bulletproof jackets. And yes, we reserve the right to reverse our punditry based on what happens on the 10th. Yes, Mr. Khadial, that's so.
Right. Thank you. So first things first, history is going to repeat itself. What happened in 2017 will happen again. You know, all these exit polls, opinion polls, Aam Admi Party's own polls, Aam Admi Party has now kind of gotten accustomed to it. These polls would get their hopes so high and then the result day would come and, you know, they have become accustomed to getting a shock on that day. The last time also, the C voter survey, the Chanakya survey, the MRC survey, all these surveys said that Aam Admi Party would be forming government. They would score around 55 seats and happened what? 20 seats. India Today's Axis survey said that they would score 42 to 51 seats. What happened? Just 20 seats.
Forget
and out of those 20 MLAs
our post-poll study showed up losing and Congress winning. One second, Rajdeep, you can't quote selectively. Our post-poll survey for Punjab was bang on. So at least when you're dissing polls, be fair and factual.
No, they're not. They were 42 to 51 for Aam Admi Party is what the Axis survey showed. The 2017 elections, you might as well verify that. But let me tell you one thing, that you cannot hand over the key of your car to an inebriated person. How can you hand over the key of Punjab? Second of all, the change that Aam Admi Party was proposing in Punjab, everybody saw through that change. Their very own founder had exposed Aam Admi Party and told what the mansoobas and intentions of Kejriwal Sahab was. That he wanted to divide
you make
Punjab
an important point, Mr. Khadial, which is about whether Bhagwant Mann still has a drinking problem. But the interesting thing there is that when I ask people in Punjab, you know, what about Bhagwant Mann's drinking problem? They have this wry, sheepish kind of smile on their face, Rajdeep, and they say, what's the big deal? All of us drink.
Absolutely.
So it's, you know, it's the one unique state where a chief ministerial candidate having a past issue with alcohol isn't a big deal. I mean, voters cannot dismiss it.
Let's look at that, Rahul. Let's look at chief ministerial candidates, because that's one of the questions that the Axis My India poll has asked. Chief ministerial candidates, since so much was made about this first Dalit chief minister, take a look at what it says. Okay, the chief ministerial candidates of Punjab. Take a look at what it says. Remember, Bhagwant Mann is the choice of the Aam Admi Party. 37% said Bhagwant Mann is our preferred candidate. Direct question asked, who do you want as CM? Just below where the Aam Admi Party, 41% is their vote share. Charanjit Singh Channi does reasonably well, better than actually 27% is what he's getting, marginally higher than the Congress's vote share in this election, particularly in Doaba among the Dalit belt. Strong support from him. Sukhbir Singh Badal, really the chief minister for the first time as the candidate of his party. Remember, it's always been Prakash Singh Badal, his father, 19%. So therefore, to answer your question, Bhagwant Mann gets, you know, is almost like his party. If you're choosing up, you have no problems with Bhagwant Mann as well, which is, Harmeet, again, possibly, as Rahul says, a bit of a surprise to those who perhaps are outside Punjab. But when I traveled in Punjab and Rahul spent a lot of time with him, he was a bit of a folk hero. You know, he is offering that alternative. Enough of these, you know, the Maharajas and the Badals. Let's get a complete alternative.
And he's claiming that he's changed. He's not. He says, I don't touch alcohol. I'm up early in the morning, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, I'm doing my first sabha. What are you talking about? That's all in the past.
He is a folk hero. There's no doubt about it. But the thing is, if you see Arvind Kejriwal, he took his own time in declaring his name. Why? Because he was trying to have some sort of an alliance with the farmers, which didn't materialize. He knew that perhaps the farming community won't vote for him. And that's why, you know, I mean, he was dilly-dallying on that. That let's have some time and let's see if we can stitch an alliance with the farmers. It didn't materialize. At the end of the day, I mean, what happened was that, okay, let's place our bets on Bhagwant Mann. Let's capitalize on his celebrity status, which is what he did. And who knows, it worked beyond Malwa, or it worked really good in Malwa region itself.
And he's bitingly funny. If you listen to one of his speeches, he has people eating out of his hand with his humor, with his delivery. Priyanka Gandhi, just the day before we caught up with him, attacked Bhagwant Mann, attacked the Aam Admi Party, saying, "Ye Delhi se chalegi party. AAP is run from from the capital. Bhagwant Mann says, where's Priyanka Gandhi from? Ye moge to hai. So he's basically, ensuring that everybody has a laugh and they're voting for him. I want to ask Rahul Verma that one question which will be asked again and again on if AAP wins, whether AAP can now position itself in a 10-15 year horizon as a big national threat to the BJP. That's what AAP will hope for. The Congress will say it doesn't work like that. What do you think?
I think in the short run, BJP would be happy with the AAP's rise. Because what it does in the short run, it basically...
I'm not sure. Why do you say that?
In the short run, that's why I'm saying the short run, what it does, it basically creates competition for the second spot. So Congress losing a state like Punjab, TMC also trying to come up, there are 3 contenders for the second spot. So in the short run, it helps. But in the medium to long run, if AAP manages to win, say, another state, manages to basically go with this Delhi model.
Can I counter what you're saying to tell you, based on my interactions with top BJP leaders, that they'd much rather play a Congress than play an Aam Adami Party? Congress is easy to punch. Aam Adami Party gets under their skin. They don't like that. They'd much rather have AAP lose and Congress win in Punjab because Congress winning suits them. It's easy to attack Congress. It's much tougher to attack the AAP.
No, I'm not denying that in couple of years, if AAP basically wins Punjab and wins perhaps another state, because they have something to talk about as Delhi model of governance, like Prime Minister Modi had Gujarat model of governance, in the medium to long term, AAP is going to be much dangerous for the BJP. But in the run-up to 2024, basically divides the position.
Rakesh Sinha wants to divide. Can I just point out, Rakesh ji, when you speak, AAP, when we travelled in Punjab, everyone was talking about a Delhi model of governance. And as somebody who's in Delhi, I would wonder, but what is the Delhi model of governance? Because while, of course, you got free bijli and pani, but infrastructure, there are very serious issues. But he somehow was able to market his achievements. And therefore, people, they're saying, Delhi model of governance. And they like that. They want that.
In the midst of the failures of the Congress party, the Aam Adami Party could project its governance, model of governance. But what I find that in long run, what others say that long run it will be a challenge to the BJP, but I find that Arvind Kejriwal's leadership, I'm sorry to say it, is unevolved leadership.
Who scares you more, AAP or Congress? No. Direct answer. Who is it that you fear more?
Both has the same DNA. They both are dynasts. Both are the individualists.
How is Arvind Kejriwal a dynast?
Individualism is
how is he a dynast?
Individualism is just like a dynasty. Dynasty individualism.
Then even Narendra Modi will be a dynast, for God's sake.
We know.
How is Arvind Kejriwal
No, I'm just
I'm
telling you.
Come on, Rajdeep. No, Rakesh Sinha, you're saying Arvind Kejriwal is a dynast?
Yes, you just find that he does not tolerate anybody. Dynast does not mean that the...
He's an authoritarian leader.
And
Mr. Modi?
He is not authoritarian. He is the most democratic leader. I see it. Narendra Modi is one prime minister who among the workers become the worker. You can't find in Indian democracy, in modern democracy, some prime minister is elitist character. So one just small point. Arvind Kejriwal leadership is unevolved leadership. He could not change his style. So I think there would be a personality clash between the Chief Minister of Punjab and Arvind Kejriwal. It would be very difficult for Arvind Kejriwal.
No, but can I say, Bhagwant Mann is very happy taking orders from Kejriwal and people around him. During this campaign, Bhagwant Mann did exactly what he was asked to do in the manner that he was asked to do. Now, whether it stays like that after the campaign or things change, because after all, he's Chief Minister of a much bigger state than Kejriwal is.
Sure, but I think this question should be answered. Rahul Srivastav, this point is being made again and again. Who is it? I think very good point made by Rahul Verma. In the short run, Arvind Kejriwal's rise may suit the BJP because he divides the opposition vote. Let's say in a Gujarat, if he does well, carrying the momentum with these results in Punjab hold. But in the long run, is he the challenger that perhaps the Congress cannot be at the moment to the BJP? What is your sense?
See, Rajdeep, the BJP dislikes taking on regional players. BJP's track record on taking on regional players, look at Mamata Banerjee, look at Naveen Patnaik. For a very long time in UP, BSP and Samajwadi Party, RJD in Bihar, still, it's piggy riding virtually. It might have done better than Nitish Kumar, but Nitish Kumar is a face. I think Mr. Sinha should look at the data if it's good. Worrying for the BJP, Aam Adami Party is getting more Hindu upper caste votes in Punjab than the BJP. It's getting more Hindu OBCs than the BJP. It means there is something happening.
Nobody wants to waste a vote also.
Yeah, but still, Rahul, that could well, that's what happened in UP. That's exactly when Narendra Modi arrived there. He galvanized with his Gujarat model and several other elements a vote base which was dithering.
That's interesting because Sheila Bhatt, you've tracked Modi, you've in a way looked at the BJP closely. Is your sense, Sheila, that the BJP today would fear a rising up if these results hold, winning in Punjab, then perhaps going to Himachal, going to Gujarat, more than they would a Congress, which for whom this would be a huge setback? The one North Indian state that the Congress has dominated in the last 7 years, if they lose that, it means that Rahul Gandhi's gamble of replacing the chief minister has not worked if these results hold. Who do you think the BJP fears most? An rising up or a strong or a Congress brand?
Obviously, I think first of all, Rajdeep, let us as a journalist, as we are observing so much from the ground, this is a very big news if AAP wins. We must not by different way sabotage AAP's big win. It's a very offbeat, it's very
a disruptor, a complete disruptor.
It's a trend-setting event which we are talking about. Let us say that very clearly. This is a great anti-vote of people.
No, could they take this to
Punjab
Gujarat?
Against the all famous, all established, all rich and fat
No, but
people.
Sheila, since you're from Gujarat,
this is a very big.
Could they take this to Gujarat? Could they take the same anti-establishment, anti-BJP, anti-Congress mood to Gujarat?
See, the beauty of India is that all grounds are different. But I tell you, but you asked me about whether BJP fears. I would say that in keeping in mind 2024, BJP would have liked Congress to win, because once Congress is winning, then in a non-BJP bigger grand opposition table, Congress can be one of the players, and BJP is so comfortable and so it has a institutional ways and strategies to take on Congress.
Congress is a bit like Zimbabwe from BJP's perspective.
I don't.
They'd much rather play Zimbabwe than have to duel with somebody they have to fight with.
No, Rahul, it's an intriguing question, because the way I see it, the Congress is still the more pan-Indian brand. Let's be
clear. But they don't know what to do with the brand.
Yeah, so therefore, for example, in a Karnataka, which goes to the polls next year, in the 3 other North Indian states, I'm just saying, as a brand, you cannot deny the Congress its space.
Yeah, but they have a driver who doesn't know how to ride a Mercedes. Your engine is a Mercedes,
you and
but
I
you don't know how to drive a Mercedes.
But where an Arvind Kejriwal, he doesn't carry the baggage. You see, so for the BJP, it becomes more difficult to attack an Arvind Kejriwal than it becomes to attack a Congress. The immediately...
BJP,
How will they attack Arvind Kejriwal?
No. Can't you see how they managed with Amit Shah and a Kejriwal meeting again and again in COVID times? What did they do? He went there to his Krishna Menon Marg, and they had a meeting and they called press. No, I don't think that is true. But I am saying in a big picture, see, we all discussed 2024, and with respect to that, I think this Arvind Kejriwal is a very different strand of Indian politics. Is that this big, green revolution, there is a final burning.
No, that's true, but
Pradeep Gupta joins us now. Pradeep Gupta has a new suit.
New Punjab.
He's also now part of a Harvard Business School case study. And in many ways, his organizational and individual reputation depends on getting all these exit polls right. So no pressure, Pradeep, but welcome. Tell us, you've predicted, unlike conventional wisdom, an AAP sweep in Punjab. Right. What's your confidence interval at this time?
I'm pretty much confident, and reason is very simple. We go to each and every assembly consistency, meet people, and we do representative sampling, and whatever data we collect based on our analysis, this is what is coming forward.
No, but Pradeep, there will be those, and already they are saying that Pradeep, I don't know whether you predicted it, but most pollsters predicted a similar sweep for AAP even in 2017. They predicted at least 70 plus. That time, they all got it wrong. Are you much more confident this time than in 2017?
No, in 2017, we were bang on. We predicted Congress victory.
I said most pollsters.
That's what
no, because Mr. Khadial is here from the Congress. He says you got Punjab wrong in 2017.
Not at all. We predicted 71 seats for the Congress, and they secured 77 seats. Not at all.
Charanjit Singh Channi is speaking at this time. Let's listen to the Punjab CM.
197 स्टूडेंट वहाँ थे, जिसमें से 420 वापस आ चुके हैं और बाकी 200 पोलैंड में चले गए हैं, वो सेफ हैं, लेकिन अभी कुछ लोग वहीं फंसे हुए हैं। उनके लिए मैंने निवेदन किया है और उन्होंने मुझे विश्वास दिया है कि हम
Indian students in Ukraine and efforts to get them back. He obviously doesn't want to talk about this exit poll just at this moment, and fair enough, you should wait till the 10th to be able to do this. The interesting thing I find from your numbers is Malwa is where AAP was strong last time. They've really consolidated and gained, and in Majha, where they were very weak last time, they have done well. So AAP has spread its presence across the state this time.
No, not at all. In fact, AAP is trailing behind way, in a big way. In fact, as per our poll, AAP is likely to get only 5 seats in Doaba region, and Congress is likely to win 12 seats. 5 versus 12, and vote percentage, there is a 10% difference between AAP and Congress party. Congress is likely to get 37% as against 27% by AAP. So that's the big difference.
No, but the point I'm making is both in Majha and in Malwa. Earlier, AAP was just a Malwa phenomena,
right.
Which is where Bhagwan Maan comes from. But now they've spread to Amritsar, the north part of the state in Majha. It's only in Doab, in that area around Jalandhar, Hoshiarpur, where they are weak. Why didn't the AAP wave carry forward to the Doab region?
2-3 region is very simple. Doab is supposed to be very prosperous region, being a Jalandhar, which is holding a big number, large number of seats out of 23 seats in Doaba. And Aam Admi Party doesn't have any base whatsoever, even during since 2014 general election. That time they secured 4 seats, 4 Lok Sabha seats, all 4 were in Malwa.
You know, in fact, one of the more interesting things that's coming out from Pradeep's survey, and Harmeet, you want to come into this because you said, you know, when Channi was appointed first Dalit chief minister, there was a feeling that a state with a 32% Dalit population, this could be a game changer. As per Pradeep's poll, AAP is getting 38% of the Dalit vote, Congress is getting 35%, Shiromani Akali Dal 20%. So even among Dalits, there seems to be this mood for change. My point is, once there's a mood for change, it doesn't matter whether you're a Dalit, whether you're a Jat Sikh, the only Hindu SCs, very interesting, except for Hindu SC, Hindu Dalits are the only group where the Congress is scoring over AAP. In every other group, AAP seems to be scoring over Congress. Are you surprised, or do you believe that could be something that is the X factor come Thursday?
No, I'm surprised definitely here. For example, if you say that there is a 32% Dalit vote bloc, I have seen Charanjit Singh Channi projecting himself not as a Dalit leader, but in fact as a leader who represents all the poor sections of society. He will never identify himself with the Dalit population because he perhaps knew that, yes, there is some sort of competition from Aam Admi Party, so I should rather focus on class rather than on caste. But this thing that, the Hindu Dalits are supporting Aam Admi Party more, the Congress more, and the Sikh Dalits are in fact, on the other side. This is quite surprising because Channi at the end of the day is himself a Ramdasiya Sikh. And
so what could change between, in this survey, you've been saying, it's a very unusual survey in a way.
It is.
Because Malwa domination, Doaba, the same party doesn't get the same change vote, but Majha is where they've made the new gains, in the Panthik heartland. I want to understand, is there anything that you think could make this survey go wrong?
Ask Pradeep that.
Pradeep, you want to tell us?
I don't think, because
You're
it's a very
100%
simple.
confident.
It's very simple. You have a brand in Arvind Kejriwal, but it doesn't translate. There is no outlets to sell the brand in Doab region. That's the very simple answer to this.
So what are the outlets in Majha?
Majha, they have, after this Vijay Kumar Pratap Singh, and there are so many, leaders. Vijay Pratap Singh joined from services, and there are so many, leaders who has joined in Majha region. But in Jalandhar, which is the urban, there is a difference in urban and rural also when it comes to Punjab. Punjab is the most urbanized state across the country. That is another thing. And in Malwa, hardly any city, when it comes to Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Amritsar, they all fall in Majha.
What I was shocked by this time, Rahul, and you also traveled in Punjab, I was in this park in Ludhiana, early morning having lassi. Most of the people were industrialists. Most of them heartland Punjabi, all come through, many of them come children of partition, their parents had come from Pakistan. Traditionally, this was a BJP vote, the urban Punjabi Hindu vote. And I asked them, and they also said, nahi, bahut ho gaya. बहुत हो गया, 10 साल कांग्रेस को दे दिए, 10 साल अकाली को दे दिया, कुछ नहीं हुआ है, let's make change. You see, once that mood for change sets in, like we saw in Delhi in 2014-15, then you know, it doesn't matter. And then when they called Kejriwal a terrorist, I rang up some of them. They said, "Ye kya is tarah ki bhasha you?" In fact, I thought they got angry by it. They said, "This is enough, is enough." They drew a red line. कि बहुत हो गया ये किसी को टेररिस्ट कहना, and that too, you know, last 2-3 days you get Kumar Vishwas, where was he last 2-3 years? सब public है, ये सब जानती है, बॉस अंदर है क्या बाहर क्या है.
This desire for change is captured very clearly in this exit poll by Axis My India, because on that question of the reason for why you voted for a particular party in this assembly election, 47% of the respondents said they voted for change, badlav hona chahiye. All the other reasons about MLA, CM candidate, unemployment, the Prime Minister, caste, inflation is much lesser. The only searing point over there is people are fed up with the Akalis in the Congress, they want change.
And can I just add to that very quickly before you go to Pradeep? Just look at Rahul, the way all the parties have played Punjab. Congress changes its chief minister, which is an effective admission that your government was not working effectively. Appoint someone as the party president who every day is attacking his own chief minister. So Sidhu versus Channi. You've got the BJP, which wants to fish in troubled waters and takes Amrinder on its side, the same person who has been removed because of the alleged anti-incumbency against him, because they want a foothold now that the Akalis have let them. And the Akalis have, you know, they are the ones who could have perhaps tried to sort of make a real comeback, and they remain the X factor in a way. But they too are not able to offer a new narrative of change. You see, unless you capture the mood for change, which the Punjabi today, Sikh or Hindu feels, why should I vote for you? So Kejriwal's newness or Bhagwant Man's newness or novelty factor has become his strength.
Pradeep Gupta, the demand for change.
Yes. Quite
you
evident.
agree with that?
100% quite evident. And जब बोलते हैं कि change आता है, परिवर्तन आता है, तो सबको उड़ा देता है. It cut across all the lines, demography or geography.
I would describe this contextual change as a national party holiday in Punjab.
National
Party holiday in the Punjab. They have been sent back and regional party got the, but I don't think that in long run.
ना easy नहीं है, it's not holiday. थप्पड़ मिलेगा अगर ये सही है तो.
थप्पड़ नहीं मिलेगा in the long run.
Holiday नहीं है.
देखिए sir, Rakesh ji, you tie up with Amrinder Singh. Clearly, as per our poll, that has not worked out. No, let's be honest. Your party also joined in and said Kejriwal is involved with Khalistani terrorists. Your party failed on the farmer agitation. Punjab is the one state where even Mr. Modi at the peak 2014, 2017, 19 has not worked. कुछ तो है कि Punjabi Sikh does not seem to want to be with the BJP.
You know, Khalistan should not be the term of discourse. Even this term should be discarded in the.
अरे सर, आप लोगों ने ही उसको discourse में लाया.
What I say, the way Kejriwal tried to support and legitimize certain radical elements, that was the main target. We are a national player, so we can contest and we can contest each other.
But it clearly didn't work. If this is the exit poll, then that didn't work.
In Punjab, the election was for change, and Akali Party's government and the Congress Party government. So both have been bracketed in the one criteria that they are part of the establishment.
Rahul Verma, the other interesting thing is, in a state typically, if the Congress loses to a third front, if they lose to the BJP, sometimes they get it back. But most often in states like Tamil Nadu, in states like West Bengal, in states like UP, once they lose to a third place, it's very difficult for the Congress to come back.
True. Congress historically, basically when it goes below 20% point, it never recovers. Except Haryana, if it goes like that was the only occasion where they came up as a second position, but it never recovered. More than that, what you were discussing about Punjab, what happened in Punjab in last 6 to 8 months, AAP was setting the agenda of contest, of the discourse. AAP basically first announced that we are going to have a deputy chief minister who will be Dalit. And then Shiromani Akali Dal got BSP on its side, and Congress party was in some ways forced to make a Dalit chief minister. So not just on the Dalit question, but on many other questions, AAP was deciding or
and everyone was attacking the AAP, whether it's the Prime Minister, whether it's the Akalis, whether it's the Congress. AAP was the focal point of all attacks. Mr. Khadial is here, and I want to just correct him in Pradeep's presence that we did not call Punjab wrong. 71 seats is what the exit poll in 2017 gave the Congress party, so you're factually wrong. But that's fine. You can wait till the 10th to see what happens this year. But what you said about 2017 was wrong. Yes.
I just said 42 to 51 seats is what India Today's Access survey said for Aam Admi Party. I did not say for Congress you were wrong. I said your prediction vis-a-vis Aam Admi Party was
No,
wrong.
but how is that possible? If 71 is what you gave the Congress, then 41, then you're 120 already. No,
he's not wrong there. We did give up more than they eventually got, Pradeep.
That's right. That's right.
We did give them more, but not like what you're doing this time. This time you're giving a landslide.
Definitely not. And he's right. We have
say.
given away 30 seats and they secured 20 seats.
No, but not 50. He's saying 50.
No, not at all. Not at all. 30
seats.
to 40 seats. 30 was the lower range, and Congress Party 71 was the upper range. For the interest of all, let me clear very simply. Axis My India got wrong only 4 occasions and got absolutely right in 48 occasions out of total 52 elections we have called since 2013. So it is easier to remember where we went wrong, which is Tamil Nadu 16 election, Karnataka election 18, Bihar 20 and West Bengal recently 21.
Don't worry about where we went wrong. Hopefully we'll be right, and that's what matters. I hope you've been to Kashi Vishwanath and Golden Temple and wherever else you need to go, Pradeep.
No, I don't need to go anywhere. My team works very hard. And in fact, they spend most of the time throughout the year, 1 year before the election in the field. So I am pretty confident.
So we'll say all of this on the 10th. Right now we've got our fingers crossed.
What happened, and this will be interesting that maybe Harmeet and Rahul want to respond. Because everyone who went in the field saw Badlav.
Except the Punjab journalists.
Yes.
The Punjab journalists who are sitting there, they can't see the change.
And a senior bureaucrat has said that you all have not underestimated the power in the last 3 days of the cadres of the Akalis, the Deep Sidhu death and the impact that it had, and a belief that this campaign, of Khalistani and all has worked on the ground. My answer to him has been elections don't get decided in the last 48 hours when there is a mood for change. Rahul Srivastava, do you agree broadly with that? That once voter has decided in India कि बदलाव करना है, फिर ये जो भी होता है doesn't dramatically change the result.
Absolutely, Azi. I think people of Punjab built up an opposition to the present set of leadership, and that's how they created a mind for change. It was not overnight that they suddenly picked up. See, Rajdeep, on a lot of things which we look at, I think even when we were discussing this entire Khalistani element, I think it had an impact. The BJP actually did it, I think, largely to help the Aam Adami Party. The Aam Adami Party lacked that strident face among those strident face forces in Punjab. That sympathy factor wasn't there. I think it actually helped Aam Adami Party. Second, Mr. Sinha raised a point that Charan Maan will be run by Delhi. Mr. Sinha, there is increasingly a tendency. By bringing Mr. Maan, he ensured that there is no non-Sikh element in Punjab who will lead Punjab for the Aam Adami Party. Second, I think this country is now used to what I call Alexa chief ministers, that somebody controlling them from Delhi. I think this idea that somebody will not vote for a person Rahul, just because he'll be controlled for Delhi are over.
Is post facto panditry. It's a bit like cricket. If a decision you take to drop somebody or to bring somebody in works, then the captain is heralded as a genius and it's called a master stroke. If that same idea doesn't work, then everyone guns for him. The fact is that very often a lot of this is already decided in the build-up, and these last-minute tweaks and changes that you do can only impact on the margins. They can't change the fundamental course of the election. What we'll do now
Just one caveat, of course. Yes. A few of the other polls that that we are getting at the moment are saying hung. So it is an interesting thing. Pradeep is the outlier.
But Rajdeep,
I know
even if it is single largest, it's something creditable.
No, of course it is. But there's a huge difference between being single largest and being... Dr. Sandeep Shastri says he's been patiently waiting for us since 6 p.m. in Bengaluru. Dr. Shastri, sorry that these are the disadvantage of the gap between Delhi and Bengaluru, but you want to respond to that different polls at the moment, some are giving hung in Punjab. Pradeep's gone on a limb, given it to Aam. Are you surprised with the scale of what Pradeep is saying, or do you believe that when there is a mood for change, it should extend from Patiala all the way to Pathankot?
I think, Rajdeep, given the trends that we are talking, the disaffection with the Congress, the unhappiness with the Akali Dal, the inability of the BJP to get its act together, I think it's very clear that there is a mood for change. And in any state, when there is a move for change, it generally leads to a landslide for that party. So I think those polls which are saying single largest party are doing a little bit of fence sitting, keeping in mind that a lot of people got the poll wrong last time, so they're just playing it safe. But I would believe that if there is this serious mood for change which Pradeep ji is talking about, you could well expect the type of result we are seeing in the exit poll.
So we want to move now from Punjab to Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand is the next state that we'll go to. I'll take you through the party-wise vote share numbers, and then we'll take you through the seat share numbers. Remember, in 2017, the BJP had 47% of the vote share. In 2019, in the general elections in the state of Uttarakhand, the BJP had 61% of the vote share. Access My India projects for India today that in the state of Uttarakhand, the BJP this time will have 44% of the vote share, down 3% from the 2017 assembly elections, but still 4% more than the Congress, which is projected to get about 40% of the vote share. In a bipolar election, a 4% vote share is usually substantial, but the interesting thing is you've also got AAP and you've got the BSP. AAP only 3% of the vote share according to this exit poll, and BSP 6% of the vote share. Let's now see how this translates into seats. When it comes to the question of whether this will be a hung house or whether the BJP will win clean and clear, Access My India is projecting for India today that in Uttarakhand, the BJP will be just above the majority mark. The majority mark is 35. Pradeep Gupta saying thoda sa zyada, 36 to 46 for the BJP, 20 to 30 for the Harish Rawat-led Congress, the BSP at 0 to 2, and the Aam Adami Party hasn't done well in Uttarakhand. They tried to get an ex-Fauji man as their chief ministerial candidate. That doesn't seem to have done very well for them. In 2017, the BJP had 56 seats, so that's coming down to between 36 and 46. The Congress had only 11, that's going up to 20 to 30, but not enough to change which party wins Uttarakhand. So you basically just said majority se thoda zyada. That's essentially what you're saying, Pradeep Gupta?
Yes, definitely. The big difference between Congress and BJP is turning out to be the women voters. The difference among the male voter between Congress and BJP is only 1%. But the difference between Congress and BJP among women voter is 8%. Too big a margin, and the reason is very simple. The social delivery of social welfare schemes of central government, Modi government. That's the only thing. When we ask the region, in fact, you will surprise here, we simply ask if you are voting to this party, the why. The why factor for the BJP is turning out to be Modi ke karan 31%, which is the highest, and the next best is development of the state. This is the second reason. See, the difference between first and second is 10 percentage point among the BJP voter. That is what did all the tricks.
No, that's interesting because you're essentially saying
Rahul,
that it's only because of Prime Minister Modi that they're winning, or largely because of Prime Minister Modi that they're winning in Uttarakhand.
This is huge because when you think about it, I don't think I've seen in a long time and we are in a state election where the gap between for the men voters is virtually identical. But for women voters goes to 8%. Yes, Mamata Banerjee was there, but Mamata Banerjee even led among men. Here you've got a 1% gap between BJP and Congress as per the exit poll among men. It goes to 8% among women.
BJP in the third phase in Bihar, 11%.
But you see, you'll have it in individual phases. Now you've got an 8%. In a small state like Uttarakhand, once you get that kind of, that's the game changer.
Yeah.
And Pradeep is right. And I've seen this on the road. Welfare schemes, Ujjwala, whether it is Saubhagya scheme, whether it is schemes for school uniforms for children, whether it is providing cash through Jan Dhan Yojana, this whole Labharti concept, the woman is appreciating it much more, particularly when it comes with law and order also, much more than the male voter. The male voter is looking, I found, much more at Berozgari, much more strongly at what COVID has done and the fact that they don't seem to have a future, economic distress. The woman is looking at these schemes. And if this holds, this is a template, Rahul, which needs to be examined more closely. The woman voter, We keep talking about Dalits, we talk about Brahmins, we talk about Muslim vote bank. There is, for God's sake, a woman vote bank. Nitish Kumar realized it. Jayalalitha was the first to realize it years ago. Mamata Banerjee has realized it. Narendra Modi has realized it. And Naveen Patnaik has realized it. Others need to wake up and smell the coffee. Women are a key vote bank. Rahul, you agree?
No, here
Rahul, one more, and then I'll come to you, Rakesh.
It's happening for now 5-7 years. What we are seeing.
What has changed? Why is it happening?
Many things, and we don't have good evidence to basically pinpoint one. In last 5-7 years, women turnout has been increasing in many states where women are outnumbering men voters. That's the first thing which is happening. And second, what we are seeing that in certain states, women are voting for one particular party in comparison to others. So West Bengal, Uttarakhand in the last election as well, Tamil Nadu when Jayalalitha was chief minister, Nitish Kumar was getting this vote. Even LDF in Kerala got advantage among women voters. So I think a mix of perhaps you could call as beneficiaries, Labharti factor, and perhaps because of law and order situation, or there is a women leadership at the top of party hierarchy. Many of these things must be driving
the BJP doesn't have a woman leader at the top. I can understand Mamata, I can understand Jayalalitha. Let's ask Sheila that. Sheila, why are women voters voting more for BJP than men?
First of all, Modi did it in 2002 to 2007, if you remember.
In Gujarat.
Totally concentration on Gujarat. They really work for this particular constituency. One. Second thing is that it looks a little non-academic, but the fact is even women's mobile has a WhatsApp. So women are having incoming info. What goes to man is going to woman also. Whether he reads, she reads, gets time to read is different. Very different, very.
No, what is the attraction? No, I'm asking, let me press you. What is the attraction that a woman voter has? I'm seeing this now in more and more elections. Yes, Mamata Banerjee benefited from it. Nitish Kumar with his schemes benefited. Is it Ujjwala? Is it the fact, dare I say, that Mr. Modi, Yogi Adityanath, other leaders who may be single, are seen as people whom the women are able to कि हमने परिवार को हटाकर हमने पूरी जिंदगी आपके लिए न्योछावर की है.
Rajdeep, since last 2-3 years we are saying there is a new class called Labharti. वो Labharti तो feminine है. Labharti कौन है? वो तो women है.
Right.
So they are voters because first they started with
no, but Labhartis are men and women. Why are the women voting more?
When you address the last mile development, when you
yes,
it's not the man who cooks.
Last mile development is all about women.
If you give free food grain for 2 years, if free food grain for 2 years, it comes to the woman. But there is a catch, Rajdeep. I think also there is a problem that I've seen in UP, for example, is that Ujjwala cylinder did very well till last election, but for the last 2 years or 1 year, that 1,000 rupees ka cylinder, because of that they have not been able to buy the cylinder. It has become an eyesore. So there is a bit of negative, but Labharti is a big element. I think women is a beneficiary, and I think you should give it, Rajdeep, the focus, concentration. Say in Chhattisgarh, among the tribals, it's a matrilineal society where Raman Singh created all cards, be it health and others, as in the name of the women in the family, not the men.
Okay.
I think socially change has been happening.
Yes, Pradeep wants to respond, then Rakesh. Yes, Pradeep. What the woman voter
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you. It's all about women's financial independence. Over the years, they were largely depend on their male member. What had changed since last 20 years is first is the technology, so is the communication, so is the education level. So they want to be seen as independence, their financial independence, and these leaders, the top leaders, have realized this and they started feeding them.
And
so
for
them,
who the preferred choice for chief minister is. So we've got that on our screen, and remember, this post-poll study shows that Pushkar Singh Dhami is fighting a tough fight himself. So on the seat, and Pradeep is smiling, can give us some details, but according to this post-poll study, Pushkar Singh Dhami is the first choice for chief minister for 34% of the voters of Uttarakhand. Any candidate from the BJP is 10%. Harish Rawat is at 31%. So 31 versus 34, not much to choose between Dhami and Harish Rawat. Pritam Singh is at 2. Any Congress candidate is 6%. Colonel Ajay Kothiyal from the Aam Adami Party, very distinguished army officer, but hasn't made much of an impact on the ground in Uttarakhand. Only 2%. Any AAP candidate 1, any BSP candidate 6. But 34 versus 31, not much to choose. It's essentially, Pradeep Gupta, Prime Minister Modi who is carrying the BJP to victory in Uttarakhand, because 31% of the respondents, the maximum number, when they were asked why you voted for who you did, they're saying they voted for the BJP because of Prime Minister Modi.
So Rahul, what's your question?
My question is, it's the Prime Minister who, like Sachin Tendulkar in Sharjah, seems to be carrying the BJP to victory in the hill state.
Yeah, and the reason is very simple here, is BJP has changed 3 chief ministers. So there is no face in people's mind, and there is only one face, which is Modi, which is the case. But when coming to the chief minister thing, and you said, my poll is suggesting Pushpar Singh Dhami is having tough fight in his own constituency. Let me also tell you, Harish Rawat ji is also, if my poll is correct, Harish Rawat ji is also struggling to win his seat from Lal Kuan. Let me tell you.
And let me give you why. Look at the bizarreness of the Congress party strategy. Harish Rawat, who was their most popular face in Uttarakhand, Rahul, spent most of the last year in Punjab as the General Secretary of the Congress in Punjab. If these numbers are right, and we don't know, this will be the first time since Uttarakhand was formed in 2001 that a government will have beaten anti-incumbency. You've had 2 Congress governments and 2 BJP governments. So actually this was the Congress's turn, much like it is in Rajasthan. But even in Uttarakhand, if these numbers hold, serious questions again for the Indian National Congress. I mean, one thing is to lose Punjab, where you have won in 2014 Lok Sabha, 2019 Lok Sabha and 2017 Assembly. You remove your chief minister. The BJP removes its chief minister, removes 3 chief ministers in a year, and still seems likely to win. Now, I also think there's an element of last mile connectivity. The BJP's organization in Uttarakhand way superior to the Congress in the hill state when it comes to reaching out to people, to cadres, to booths. The Congress...
No, it's also your inability to win. It's just basic. If the man who's supposed to lead you in Uttarakhand is busy in another state trying to douse the fire over there, if he doesn't know he's in charge, if he's being undercut, and he's the only man who can take you to victory and you don't give him respect till it's very late in the campaign. Remember, 7% vote share increase is something that the Congress is seeing from 33 to 40%. The BJP's vote share is actually coming down. So directionally, the BJP was on the way down, the Congress was on the way up, but just not enough juice in the engine to take it across the firing line. GVL Narasimha Rao joins us from the BJP, and GVL, it's interesting that 31% of the respondents are saying they voted for the BJP because of Prime Minister Modi. So it essentially means that the MLAs, the CM candidate is only 3%. It's only the Prime Minister who seems to be taking you to power in the hill state.
Rahul, good evening to you and all the panelists. And it was also the Prime Minister who brought the BJP to power in both Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh in 2017. The massive victories in 2017 were also a result of Prime Minister Modi factor. And that is playing all over once again. In Uttarakhand, obviously, we have its Prime Minister's image, which is certainly taking us forward because we have changed chief ministers. That was, despite that, the Congress party does not have any leadership, does not have issues, and people are trusting Prime Minister because they have seen him deliver on development, not only at the national level, but also in the states where BJP is in power. And certainly that's helping the BJP. One thing you must look at, I think we'll need to discuss this in more detail on the 10th. I would like you and Rajdeep to consider this. In 2017, despite many of you in the media saying Notbandi is really pulling the BJP down, people are going to sweep the BJP out of office in different states. But it was demonetization and the development of Prime Minister Modi which pushed us to power. And now, mind you, it is the last 2 years Prime Minister's leadership in battling a crisis called COVID. I think, and the manner in which he has really ensured that most citizens of the country have COVID vaccinations. He protected an entire generation I think this certainly means a lot to the women of this country. You and I may not really think much about it. The safety, the health, these are big things. They play on the top of people's minds, on women's minds.
Hold your thought. Just one caveat. At least one poll, C voter is suggesting that the Congress will be ahead of the BJP in a hung assembly, 35 place 29, very close. So Uttarakhand, small margins. We must be very careful about that. That's why. And I think that's what he is. But I have a fascinating thing that one of India's top sociologists has said. I'm listening to you all, and he says the reason why women vote for Modi, listen very carefully, and his social schemes is because Mr. Modi is interested primarily in conducting a status war, while others are considering of class war. Status war is about gas, toilet, ration, safety, bank accounts. Class war is about jobs and inflation. BJP via Modi has broken free from class war pretenses and embraced status war heartily. Status war has made a huge impact on the Indian woman.
But
very interesting, fascinating. Whatever you call it, but there are main aspects.
Rahul, just give me 30 seconds.
Yes, 30 seconds. Chalo.
You know what happens that till now we discussed that program-based Modi is getting support from the women. In fact, he expanded the democracy. This time, women's turnout, elsewhere, the women's turnout is not based on his program. They have now faith on Narendra Modi's social philosophy that he had provided some kind of autonomy to women to decide their voting pattern.
Sir, in Bengal, the same women voted for Mamta.
Can I point one second?
Sir, in Bengal, we are always fighting for the.
The women voted for Mamta in Bengal.
You know, where our party machinery. No, there is a difference between the two. When you are going for the women voters, their support for Narendra Modi is because that he expanded democracy to their doors. It is not only that they are just turned out and they are voting for.
Sure. So when you're talking about what's working, Rakeshji, let me also tell you what's not working. The one interesting thing to look at as you study this India Today Access My India poll is that amongst the first-time voters, those between 18 and 25, the young voters, the BJP trails the Congress. In Uttarakhand, for example, 38% of the first-time 18 to 25 voters voted for the BJP, 43% for the Congress. The 5% gap, first-time voters and young voters. So, Pradeep, build on this. While they're doing very well among 61 and above, 50 and above, 26 and above, amongst the aspirational young voters, the BJP is actually trailing by 5%.
And can I quickly add to that, Uttarakhand has one of the highest unemployment rates in the country. Yeah. Let's be very clear. It's not as if Uttarakhand gave a great government, 3 chief ministers. The BJP government there failed. Yes.
That's what I'm trying to make the point that here also, this is the overall tally where the male voter is more aspirational towards the job, towards their financial status, whereas the social government schemes mostly is skewed towards women. And that is where the youth feel they are left out from the total spectrum and they go elsewhere.
Okay. No, but the big fear here, and Rohan Gupta from the Congress joins us, that when circumstances are ripe for change in Goa 2017, in Gujarat 2017, in Haryana 2019, the Congress just doesn't have enough gas in the tank to be able to go across the finishing line. Your vote share is up 7% in Uttarakhand. The BJP's vote share is down 3%. You still can't land that killer blow. You can't knock out your opponent.
If these numbers are right.
All of this is if these numbers are right. Rohan? You're on mute. You're an IT social media guy. Get your Zoom act in order.
Please, boss, there is some technical issue from your side, Rahul.
Okay, good.
I am trying to figure out, so I understand what is Zoom. Now can you hear me?
Joking. Please tell us. Yes, I hear you well. Go on.
Yeah, so Rahul, basically we have seen what has happened to exit polls in past, whether it is Bihar, whether it is UP, and we have seen what are the final numbers which have come out. I think we should wait for 10 and see what is happening on ground. I was there in Punjab for last 1 week, and the kind of wave we had in last 1 week was absolutely commendable. So I think let's wait till 10 and you will see the difference in what is shown right now and what is going to happen on ground. And let me tell you one more thing, whether it is Uttarakhand or whether it is Goa, the way Congress cadre fought tooth and nail, we were not fighting only against BJP. We were fighting against all the parties, whether BJP's A team, B team, C team, but we really fought very hard And I am sure all these states, we are definitely going to form clear-cut government. There is absolutely no doubt on that.
So we're now going to move from Uttarakhand to Goa. Yes, I know you're waiting for Uttar Pradesh. Just bear with us. Today was the last phase of polling. We're getting our numbers right. We want to be as exact as is possible. So stay with us for Uttar Pradesh. Let's now come to Goa. Rajdeep, your state.
My home state, where I have extra interest in knowing what is happening in Goa. Small state, but we are a beautiful state. Trust me,
It's a messy state, Rajdeep.
It is a messy state
Politics of Goa are more messy than anywhere else.
Politically, what is happening in Goa? And this is why Goa is fascinating. This is the tight contest of 2022. 33% at the moment is to the BJP. 32% vote share to the Congress, neck and neck. 12% to the TMC, MGP. Very interesting, we are putting it TMC plus, but the real driving force of that alliance is the MGP, and I'll tell you why, Rahul, in a moment, and 23% others. What this suggests is while the BJP has 33% vote, almost similar what they got in 2017, the anti-BJP vote is split three ways. There is the Congress, there is the TMC, MGP alliance, and there are others that include AAP and smaller parties. So you've got a divided opposition, BJP at 33%. 40 seats, many of those seats have got about 40,000, 30,000 voters, so even 10,000 votes are enough to win. What is Pradeep Gupta predicting in this toughest of all states? Pradeep Gupta, you're on the line in my home state of Goa. Everyone in Goa is waiting for these numbers. These are the numbers of the Axis My India poll for Goa. 40 seats in all. Pradeep Gupta is saying BJP 14 to 18, halfway point 16. Congress 15 to 20. First time the Congress has gone ahead of the BJP in any state that we've covered today. TMC 0 to 5. That's TMC plus. So it's MGP TMC to be fair. That's the pre-poll alliance that could hold the key to Goa. Others 0 to 4. Independents and Aam Adami Party among the others that are listed. Pradeep Gupta, you are going to create a real mess along the Mandavi River. This will result long nights post-poll. बहुत लेन देन होने वाला है अभी.
Now, so only 40 seats to be distributed among 6 parties.
Yes.
When I say 6 party, you have already spoken about the major parties, including AAP, TMC Gadbandhan, and Congress and BJP. There is also RGP of Manoj.
Revolutionary Goans.
Yes. So they are
you
also,
giving them one seat or are you giving them votes only?
No. I'm giving them the vote share. I don't think they are likely to win any seat, but they are splitting the anti-BJP votes in a big time.
So basically, Rahul, the story of Goa is the BJP, there is anti-incumbency, strong. Out of all the states you see, the Chief Minister's popularity here is the lowest among all the BJP states. But the anti-BJP vote is getting split. That gives the BJP a window of opportunity. But the key is 0 to 5 is Trinamool, Congress and MGP.
2 to 5. Rajdeep.
2 to 5, sorry, 2 to 5, which means what? Whoever ties up with that bloc could form the government. Now,
you're imagining the bloc is one, the bloc can be bought.
That's right. So, out of the bloc, for our viewers, the MGP was with the BJP in 2017. The BJP broke the MGP. My sources are telling me, MGP is saying, give us the chief ministership, we'll tie up even if we have 3 MLAs. However, BJP is unlikely to do that. You could have a Maharashtra experiment where the MGP says, give us chief minister, Congress agrees. However, if the Congress reaches 18 or 20, Congress wins. It is that close. 2 MPs, according to
I'm not sure, Rajdeep. Even if the Congress is 18, the chance of the BJP finding some way of getting in through the back door is high.
Yes, it happened in 2017.
Yes.
2017, BJP had 13, Congress had 17, and yet the BJP formed the government, even though there were potential pre-poll.
Rajdeep, you and I were in Panjim together when one of these leaders who's now left the BJP, has gone elsewhere, was sitting and telling Devendra Fadnavis that he'll come back later if required. It happened in front of us.
Absolutely, Rahul. I don't rule out anything in Goa. However, Pradeep's numbers leave open all possibilities. If it is 18 to 20, I would say Congress has the advantage. If the gap is only 2 seats between the Congress and the BJP, BJP has the advantage. Nitin Gadkari flew last time in a special plane overnight and at Siddhartha, Goa, struck a deal with a distant relative of mine called Vijay Sardesai. Only relative, no other, I want to make it clear, no other interest. However, he had 3 seats that time. This time, the MGP holds the key. This is the original party of Goa, won the first 20 years, won all elections in Goa. This is the dream scenario for them. But Interestingly, Mamata Banerjee could turn around and say, we are a pre-poll alliance. Let's come together. So NCP, Shiv Sena, Congress in Maharashtra, MGP, TMC, Congress in Goa. So Mamata gets a toehold.
You're thinking Mamata's MLAs will stay with her. It's very easy to break Mamata's MLAs.
You know, I hate to say this. Our Goa MLAs, sadly in the past, have been available to the highest bidder. And if nothing works, you can make me CM.
And there was a sting operation where they were willing to switch sides.
No, I'm joking. If nothing works, you have to make me the CM.
Vote for Rajdeep. But you have to be a pre-poll candidate, Rajdeep. You can't post-poll say, vote for me for being CM.
Rahul, I like to sit by in my veranda in my house in Goa and relax.
Rajdeep is saying, no Vijay Sardesai, vote for me, or at least allow me to be CM.
Azam Akbar tells Anarkali, ki aa gayi na kanis ki aakhri khwahish uske
No, but more seriously, just let's look at the chief ministers in Goa, and that will tell you, Rahul, unlike in the other states, this is what has happened. When you look at chief ministers in Goa, who are the preferred chief ministerial candidates as per the My India Axis poll? And here you'll see that clearly Pradeep Sawant, who's the chief minister at the moment,
Pramod
Sawant, sorry, had 19%. Any candidate from the Congress, which is Digambar Kamat, 12%. Interestingly, any candidate from the Congress is 12%. So you add the two, there is a mood for change in Goa. When a chief minister only has 19% support, that means people want someone else other than the sitting chief minister. But because the opposition is split, that's the only reason why the BJP still has half a chance in Goa at the moment. Except at least some state there is anti-incumbency.
Rajdeep, I disagree that in first past poll, always there is a split of the votes. The ruling party comes through the split of the votes. So you can't blame that BJP is coming because there is a split of votes. Besides remaining the ruling party, BJP is getting the vote share, the same vote share of the last year, the last election. This shows that BJP's popularity is intact. Rather, I say that...
Sir, 33%, BJP 67 don't want to vote for BJP.
Rajdeep, on 10th, you will find that BJP more votes, more seats than you are predicting.
Pradeep, is this your worst nightmare because of how small the seats are and how small the margins are?
One thing, and also there is another story in Goa, Rajdeep knows better. There is a North Goa and South Goa.
Sure.
So BJP is doing whatever they are doing only in North Goa. South Goa, no way.
And let me explain this to our viewers, Rahul. In North Goa, as per Pradeep's thing, 20 seats, BJP winning in 12, Congress in 5, MGP in 2. Now, North Goa has a larger Hindu population.
Yes.
South Goa, BJP winning in 4, Congress, GFP, Goa Forward 14. MGP 1, others 1. Now, the difference between 2017 and now is this. In South Goa, the BJP had 8 Catholic candidates who won in 2017. This time the Catholic vote has gone away from the BJP, and my view is you can't win Goa without the Catholic vote.
So when it comes to the Catholic, when it comes to the Christian vote, the Congress has got 48% of the Christian vote.
Yes.
The BJP only 18. But that was also the magic of Parrikar, that he was able to get the Christian vote to the BJP's camp, which hasn't happened this time.
And absolutely, and also for the Congress to win Goa, they needed 60% of that vote. That is the vote that has got split. The Christian vote has also gone, some of it to the Aam Adami Party.
Very little, 8%.
Yeah, but you see, you need that to get all these. See, Goa, Rahul, 500 votes is enough to lose and win a constituency. So 8% makes a difference.
Yeah, and Rajdeep, one more thing is very important in the context of Goa is that out of 40 total MLAs, 26 MLAs switched their side. That's the last time. And as per our poll, out of 26, only 6 is likely to win. 20 is people have rejected big time.
How will Rahul Srivastava, Mamata Banerjee see this? She went into Goa, she tied up with the MGP, they are getting 2 to 5. Do you see her actually saying, look, let's become kingmakers in Goa by convincing the MGP, or do you think MGP will do its own thing?
See, Mamata Banerjee has not gone to Goa to win their state, form a government. I think what Mamata Banerjee has gone to expand her footprint. And that expanding the footprint element, Rajdeep, will mean creating a Maharashtra-like situation in which perhaps Mamata Banerjee will say that I'm helping the Congress or somebody rule a state. And that way, this is what BJP did, Rajdeep. In Maharashtra or in Punjab, it was part of an alliance with the ruling party.
But you're also assuming that the smaller party leaders will stay with the party.
No,
All of these are imports. they'll happily go to the highest
No,
bidder.
I also know that BJP has more money. Definitely to...
No, Rahul, Mamta's experiment outside West Bengal will fail, and you will see in the Goa, hardly TMC will get a single seat. It is all MGP, and MGP, there will be break of the alliance. It was an experiment against the Congress. So Mamta's fight is not for the democratic leadership, but fight for the space in the Congress system.
Rahul, it's like a jaded boxer, just not able to land the knockout punch. Even when the momentum is in their favor, they can't win.
True, that's the difficulty for the Congress party at the moment. 2022 could have been their best year. Out of 7 states, they were in opposition party in 6 of them or 5 of them. And all they had to do is basically channelize all the anti-incumbency sentiments that were there against each of the government, including Uttarakhand. And Congress seems to be investing its resources and energy in states where they can't do anything.
Jasmine Shah joins us from the Aam Adami Party. When you look at Punjab and then you compare that with Goa, it's just a bit of a wasted effort. You made all those noises. In the end, you don't have anything to show for it according to this exit poll.
Well, Rahul, let's wait for the voting results day. And yes, the trend doesn't look great as of now, but we are very confident that the people of Goa have received AAP with a lot of warmth. And as far as the vote share is concerned, we are going to more than double the vote share that we had in the last time. Of course, we are talking about very, very small margins. So these numbers could fluctuate wildly come the results day.
It's
but
interesting, in Punjab, you don't want to wait till the 10th. You're already accepting congratulations, at least all those who came before you did.
Because the trend
in Goa, you want to wait till the 10th. That's fine. We see that.
But trend is very clear. It's a very messy election in Goa. Everybody accepts that. And with the number of alliances and the very small electorates, I think it is going to be a very difficult to call state.
Plus
And
the fact,
we are
Rajdeep, that
expecting a
this is
very
really
strong
about individual candidates.
Absolutely.
They can be goons, they can be thugs, they can be, mafia in their patch. But basically, it's the candidate who carries voters with him.
Sir, itne bhi hum bure nahi hai.
Kafi bure hai, sir. One second.
No,
look at the case. Not all of them. Not all of them, but so many of them.
No, let me give you an example. Just now, Rakesh Sinha said TMC may not win anything. Churchill Anemau and his daughter are both contesting. One of them, I think the daughter more likely, certainly to win. There's another candidate, Kiran Kandolkar, his wife may win. Goa, you're absolutely right though, individual candidates matter. Sir, 25,000 is the total voting in a constituency. I need 8 to 10,000 to win, especially in a multi-cornered race. So that makes my equations with the voters that much more important. The party symbol doesn't matter. Party may give me cash at best to carry forward the election. Rest is my targeting of the voter. What has happened in Goa, the reason why the Congress has half a chance is the Christian vote. Michael Lobo, key member of the BJP, switched to the Congress. 3 other Catholic MLAs of the BJP switched to other parties. If the BJP loses Goa, it will be because the Christian vote has gone, and there is a sense this was a state, he may disagree, they mismanaged COVID completely,
The other
and
interesting
there is
thing,
anger and high unemployment.
Like we discussed in Uttarakhand, here too, more women are voting for the BJP than men.
Smaller amount, by a smaller amount.
But 34 versus 32. 34% women have voted for the BJP, 32% men. So once again, and if you join all these dots together, the trend that will emerge, and look out for it at the end, is that women are preferring the BJP more than men are. And that, Sheila, is interesting because all these labhartis, these schemes, women, the modern Indian voter has a mind of her own, she'll do her own thing.
So as we discussed, I also wanted to add one important thing, that in Indian style of election campaigning and brand management of leadership, Modi has branded himself and very much emphasized that he's a loner, he doesn't have a family, and women think, lots of women think that he's a man only working for the country and not for the family. I think that is also going down, percolating down. BJP has also tried it, and in around 2004, we wrote such a stories in Gujarat because that was the way he has projected himself also.
I would intervene.
And that appeal we must not underestimate.
Rahul, one thing you just see after coming to power,
that his family is not liability to him.
This is not a big factor. What is more important factor after coming to power? His emphasis on the emancipation of women. Okay. And in democratic setup, just see that Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao.
Can we go
that
across
will be very successful
to Dr.
scheme.
Pramod Sawant, the
Yes,
Chief
Minister of Goa is joining us.
Goa, and also amongst all the candidates, when the question was asked, who would you like to see as Chief Minister, Pramod Sawant comes in at number 1 with 19% of the respondents saying Pramod Sawant for CM. Mr. Sawant, welcome. It's great to have you with us. 14 to 18 for the BJP according to the Axis My India poll, 15 to 20 for the Congress. Are you confident or are you biting your nails that this ball can swing in either direction on the 10th?
I'm 100% confident. Bharatiya Janata Party बहुमत से गोवा में सरकार बना रही है. We are getting the majority of the seats, 20 plus seats we are getting in the state of Goa.
Sir, but as per our survey, Dr. Sawant, you're getting 14 to 18, Congress 15 to 20. MGP could hold the key. Are you willing to do a deal with MGP? The buzz in Goa is MGP wants chief ministership.
मैं फिर से कह रहा हूं कि MGP को चीफ मिनिस्टरशिप चाहिए, लेकिन 14 से 18 बीजेपी के सीट आ रहे हैं. There are the 2-3 independent candidate also winning in the state of Goa. With the support of the independent also we can form the government. Otherwise with the support of the MGP.
And will you be the chief minister, Dr. Sawant, or will someone else be the chief minister, sir?
Definitely my party will give me the preference again for the chief minister seat.
You seem very, very confident, Dr. Sawant. You obviously have struck your deals, I think, in advance, is it?
Not the deal, but I have the confidence on my central leadership and state leadership and all the MLAs. So definitely they'll prefer me, and my central leadership will keep confidence in me for the leadership in the state.
You know, this north-south divide that comes out very strong in our poll. If you see in North Goa, out of the 20 seats, the BJP projected to bag 12, the Congress only 5, whereas in South, you're projected to bag only 4 and the Congress 14, which essentially suggests that a lot of the Christian vote that Manohar Parrikar was able to attract to the BJP, on your watch you haven't been able to attract Christian voters in the same way, Dr. Sawant.
It is not so. आपने result देखने के बाद आपको पता चलेगा. In the South also will get the more than 8 to 10 seats in the South Goa. Definitely, they are the only in the Salset Taluka they are getting the preference for the Congress. Otherwise not. So that I am very much confident in South Goa also we are getting the more than 8 to 10 seats.
Okay, you're projecting confidence as you must. It's a tight fight. You have a few tough nights ahead of you. We wish you all the best and we hope to have you back with us on the 10th. For the time being, Dr. Pramod Sawant, thank you for joining us. Okay. We've discussed Punjab, we've discussed Uttarakhand, we've discussed Goa. Now we go to Manipur.
That's right. I spent a few days in Manipur. Again, very difficult state. Pradeep, hold on for 2 minutes because we have the state of Manipur. What is the Axis My India poll saying about the state of Manipur? First, the vote share. Remember, this is another state which is fascinating because it is a very difficult state to predict. There are 60 seats on offer, 40 in the Imphal Valley, 20 in the hills. This is what our vote share for the state of Manipur is suggesting at the moment. Let's take a look at that. Projected vote share for Manipur, we are projecting 36 at the moment, 42% for the BJP, 35% for the Congress, and we are projecting therefore a 7% lead in vote share for the BJP over the Congress at the moment. That's what...
I think there is a mistake here.
Yes.
No, that is the last time vote share.
Sorry, last time vote share. Sorry, I must apologize for those numbers there in Manipur. We are projecting at the moment 41% for the BJP, 18% for the Congress, 16% for the NPP, which is Conrad Sangma's party, NPF, the Naga People's Front, 8%, JDU, which is contesting in Manipur, is 5%, others 12%. But a huge gap. The BJP doing very well as per this survey in Manipur. 41% is a huge number in Manipur. How is this all translating into seats in Manipur? This is what the India Today Axis My India poll is suggesting for numbers for the state of Manipur. 60 seats on offer. Take a look at where the numbers stand. 33 to 43 for the BJP, 33 to 43, a clear majority for the BJP in Manipur, something they have never achieved. Remember last time They managed to form a government only in a post-poll coalition, had less seats than the Congress. The Congress just down to 4 to 8. Disaster for the Congress in Manipur. NPP that was hoping to play kingmaker, 4 to 8. Keep a watch out for them if the BJP numbers fall. NPF, the party of the Naga People's Front, 4 to 8. There are 4 seats which they will win. I don't think they may go as high as 8. We don't know. JDU is 2 to 4. They also have some strong candidates. Those who left didn't get BJP tickets went and joined Nitish Kumar's party. Others 0 to 3. But the big picture, Rahul, is that the BJP could get a majority if Pradeep's numbers are right for the first time in Manipur, and that's huge.
Rajdeep, here I would make intervention that Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Northeast policy is highly successful. And this is the reason for the success of the Bharatiya Janata Party, not only Manipur but other also northeastern states. You just see the National People's Party is also contesting that a party belongs to Meghalaya.
Okay, can I go across to Pushkar Singh Dhami? He's joining us. I'm coming back to you in just a moment. Pushkar Dhami is the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, and according to this poll, the #1 choice to be Chief Minister again. 34% of the respondents, धामी जी, से कि वो चाहते हैं कि पुष्कर धामी ही चीफ मिनिस्टर बने. आपको धामी जी आवाज आ रही है कि नहीं? धामी साहब आवाज आ रही है कि नहीं आ रही है आपको मेरी? मुझे तो आपकी आवाज आ रही है. आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है धामी जी? Okay, give us a moment. We'll try and have him back with us. But it's significant that the BJP expected to cross the victory margin, the majority figure in the state of Uttarakhand. You want to make a point of Manipur?
No, Manipur, yes, very important. Manipur, see, in Manipur is all about individual candidate. Now coming to Manipur, Congress won 29 seats, 29 MLAs in Manipur out of 60, meaning they were short of only 2 MLAs to form the government, and the reality is out of 29 MLAs, 16 MLAs shifted to BJP, to JDU and regional parties, and that is what is making all the difference in Manipur. It's all about individual who matters. It's all about individual who matters. That is what is
Pradeepji, I disagree here, because you know the Northeast policy of Prime Minister Narendra Modi is making impact in 3 ways. The infrastructure development, and people are realizing that after independence for the first time, someone is coming northeastern. Prime Minister Modi visited more than 40 times in northeastern states. It is accumulated visits of all his predecessors Prime Minister. Second important thing is that the people of Manipur are getting the welfare schemes. Northeastern states basically welfare schemes could not reach in the past. There was no welfare scheme particularly intended for the poor people. So the mainstreaming of the poor people in the democratic setup is the great achievement of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Manipur and other states.
And the collapse of the Congress in one more state, Rahul Verma.
Yeah. I'm getting the Congress question again and again, and I don't want to.
No, it's the story of the election,
but I think because I'll be repeating myself, I want to point out something different. I think BJP winning Manipur basically signals now after they won Assam last year, second time, Manipur second time. So BJP was a party which was not present in Northeast at all before 2014, and now if they are coming to these states second time, basically changes the nature and character of the party. And you're right, basically Congress is vacating the space. Congress is not fighting hard in these states. I don't know what new things I can say about Congress not fighting in these places. The interesting point is what BJP has managed to do is basically got both political elites from parties like Congress, as Pradeep ji pointed out, as well as local elites in the party. So now BJP is not only moving with PM's image, but also building the party in the north.
In fact, both these states, Manipur and Goa, more than half the candidates are actually from the Congress. So their Congressification has taken place of the BJP in these states, as they did in Puducherry. That's how the BJP expands in a number of states. I'm joined by Mr. Kikong. Mr. Kikong, Honlumo Kikong, am I right in pronouncing your name, sir? I'm sorry if I've got that wrong, but I want to get that right. I came to your lovely state last week. Yeah. Absolutely great. That's wonderful. I want to know, Mr. Honlumo Kikong, how sure are you of getting a majority? When I was in Manipur, the general feeling was Manipur has become Manipur, M-O-N-E-Y-P-U-R. Elections there, like Goa, will also be decided after the elections. Do you think you will have to turn to Conrad Sangma's NPP and the NPF to form a government?
No, absolutely not. We are forming the government on our own, and we will get absolute majority. 34 is the minimum that we are expecting, and it is projected to get higher in the days to come. I mean, when the result is counted. One thing I would like to say is that stitching together a coalition post result is another thing, but getting a resounding majority for the BJP alone is a big achievement for the state of Manipur, because we have seen the development in the last 5 years, which is remarkable, resounding, which is, compared to the 15 years of Congress rule in the state, it is really achieved, high level of development. And that is the reason why people have voted and people have reposed their faith in the BJP-led government in Manipur.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Kikong, we're going to have to leave you because we'll wait and see how Manipur votes. Now it's time, Rahul, to start doing what everyone is asking for. What is the My India Axis My India poll telling us about the state of Uttar Pradesh? And what Rahul and I are going to do is what we did in the general election. We will go region by region. We do exit polls seriously. We don't just throw a number at you. We will explain and build you the drama, because trust me, there is drama to be had. This is going to be a result that's going to shock you. It's a sensational result that's coming up in Uttar Pradesh. The kind that you have perhaps never imagined what could have happened in Uttar Pradesh. The most populous state in the country, roads to Delhi lead through Lucknow. What is the road of Uttar Pradesh telling us? Rahul, why don't you kick off?
So, should we go region by region first?
I think go region by region.
So, we'll start with the western Uttar Pradesh. And remember, in western Uttar Pradesh, there are three regions. So, there's Doab, there's Braj, and there's Rohilkhand. We'll take Doab first. In Doab, you've got Bagpat, Bulandshahr, Noida, Ghaziabad, Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, Saharanpur, and Shamli. In the Doab region, Axis My India is predicting for the India Today group that the BJP will get 34 seats, and when it comes to vote share, 47% of the vote share. The SP will get 37% of the vote share. So a 10% gap between the BJP and the SP when it comes to Doab. Let's now come to Braj. Braj has 40 seats. In these 40 seats are the seats of Agra, Aligarh, Etah, Firozabad, Hathras, Mainpuri, and Mathura. So when it comes to the vote shares in the region of the Braj area, 47% of the vote share for the BJP, 34% of the vote share for the Samajwadi Party. So a 13% difference. However, the moment you come to Rohilkhand, here there are 52 seats. Here the battle is much tighter. In Rohilkhand, you've got Amroha, Bareilly, Bijnor, Badaयूं, Moradabad, Pilibhit, Rampur, Sambhal, and Shahjahanpur. Here in these 52 seats, when you look at these numbers, it's a very tight fight. 44% vote share for the Samajwadi Party, 43% for the BJP. SP actually ahead of the BJP in Rohilkhand by 1% of the votes. Let's now come to Purvanchal. This is Eastern Uttar Pradesh, 139 seats in Eastern Uttar Pradesh, including Varanasi, which went to polls today, Siddharthnagar, Sonbhadra, Shravasti, Sant Kabir Nagar, Gonda, Gorakhpur, Jaunpur, Kaushambi, Ambedkar Nagar, Azamgarh, Balia, Balrampur, among others. Here, if you look at the vote share, and this is interesting because this is where the Samajwadi Party was hoping to do well. 34% of the vote share for the SP, the BJP in Eastern Uttar Pradesh at 46% vote share. A 12% gap between the SP and the BJP in that crucial belt of Purvanchal in Eastern UP. Let's now come to Central UP, the area of Awadh. In Awadh, you've got 109 seats. This includes places like Amethi, Auraiya, Ayodhya, Baraich, Barabanki, Etawah, Farrukhabad, Fatehpur, Lakhimpur Kheri, Unnao, Sultanpur, Sitapur, Lucknow, and Raebareli. Here, it's interesting to see that there is a massive gap between the SP and the BJP. 48 plays 37. Akhilesh Yadav's SP at 37, the BJP at 48, the BSP only at 10. A huge 11% gap between the BJP and the SP in the area of Awadh. From here, let's now come to central Uttar. So, one second, I want to go across now to Bundelkhand. Bundelkhand has 19 seats. In Bundelkhand, 47% of the vote share is going to the BJP, 30% of the vote share is going to the Samajwadi Party. That's in Bundelkhand, in places like Chitrakoot, Hamirpur, Jalayu, Jhansi, Lalitpur and Mahoba. Let's now come to seats.
You want to wait for the seats and hold a bit of suspense?
We can do that.
Let's wait for the, because I think people are going to be surprised by the numbers. First reactions, therefore, to the numbers that Rahul has just thrown in terms of percentages. Preeti Chaudhary, you travel through all these parts. As Rahul's poll says, in almost all these regions, the BJP seems to have virtually a double-digit lead at times over the rivals. Are you surprised, especially Western UP and Rohilkhand, where you expected the kind of alliance that Akhilesh had struck with the RLD to provide a real opposition to the BJP?
Well, Rajdeep, yes, I am surprised because at least anecdotally, what I'd seen more than even Western UP, if I may add, I thought Purvanchal is where I actually saw a bigger buzz for the Samajwadi Party. And that's a huger gap is what, what we predicted right now. So what I felt, BJP did have an edge, but having said that, this massive difference in terms of vote percentage, no, I would not have gauged that as a reporter on ground. Because on ground, what seemed to suggest is it's har seat phasi hui hai. It's neck and neck. Every seat is tight. So, as a reporter, it's very difficult to gauge then. So, I am surprised. I was thinking BJP had a marginal edge. This is way more than marginal with what it looks like in percentage.
But the fact is the SP was relying on its alliances with the RLD in the Jat, Muslim, Yadav belts of Western and Rohilkhand, and was relying on its smaller caste-based alliances with the likes of Om Prakash Rajbhar's party, Sanjay Chauhan's party in eastern Uttar Pradesh. None of it seems to be working as per the numbers that at the moment Rahul has given. SP is doing well only in the Yadav strongholds, not outside the Yadav strongholds, is one clear signal that's coming in at the moment. Are you surprised with what you're hearing and seeing at the moment, Rahul Verma?
I love to get surprised on every exit poll and on elections. That's why I study them. The second point, about see, there was a big gap between SP and BJP going into the polls. It was a double-digit gap.
Yes.
Yes, it's possible that you could do it, like SP could have managed to fill that gap, but it's very, very hard to do it second consecutive time. Third, and this is again among the myths of Indian politics, that you get small parties and you can count the whole caste coming with that. Most of these small caste parties, do not have a proven track record of contesting alone and being able to mobilize the entire caste. They only do well in addition to some big political party, right? So all what we were thinking that, okay, because he's got a OP Rajbhar or Sanjay Nishad and other things, now the SP can basically bring all these castes together. That's one of the biggest mistake we do, that these caste leaders can mobilize the entire caste with them.
Sanjay Kumar, you've been tracking UP. Are you surprised? We've not given the numbers yet, but just in vote share, in most of the areas, the BJP is convincingly ahead, except for Rohilkhand and Manipur and Kanwal, the traditional Yadav strongholds. Anywhere outside that, even Western UP, the locus of the farm agitation, the BJP is holding its own versus the SP-RLD alliance.
Rajdeep, I am a little surprised about the unevenness of the lead BJP has been able to take over Samajwadi Party in different regions. There are a couple of regions where Samajwadi Party has taken lead over BJP, but the kind of lead BJP has been able to take in many regions, I am surprised about that. Even in 2017...
But is it, Sanjay ji, really uneven? Because only in Rohilkhand, the SP is ahead of the BJP by 1%.
That's right.
Everywhere else, there's at least a 10% gap between the two parties. In Bundelkhand, the gap is 17%.
And this is the poorest area of UP for our viewers. So the poorer areas are actually voting Rahul even more strongly for the BJP. Yes, Sanjay Kumar.
But even in, see, if a party has taken lead of say 10-12% in all the regions, I am surprised about the other region. Then that how come the party is trailing by 1% in one region? Even if you look at the 2017 Assembly Election results, BJP swept the entire UP, and the difference in vote share of BJP was not dramatically different in different regions. Yes, in the eastern region which went to poll today, the BJP's vote share was less, 31%.
But could it just be demography and the percentage of Muslim voters in seats like Amroha, in seats like Bareilly, in seats like Moradabad, Pilibhit, Rampur?
There has to be some factors. There has to be demographic differences from different regions. And we know that since people belonging to different caste communities vote differently, that is the reason why a party gets higher vote share in one region and lesser vote share in other region. But the kind of difference which the polls are predicting, I am a little surprised about that kind of a difference.
No one has travelled as much through UP as Rahul Srivastava. As I said, he's a Chora Ganga Kinare Wala. He is from Agra, original.
Yes.
And as I've seen on Neta Nagri in Lallan Top, wonderful Shire. ये क्या हो रहा है आपके राज्य में? This is, we've had elections in UP, Rahul, where we've had clear majorities in the past, 2007, 12, 17. Are you surprised with the vote share? Rahul hasn't yet given us the seat share, but the vote share, has it left you surprised just the scale, even in Western UP, where 47 is playing 37 in Doab and Braj? Heartland, we thought of the farmers' agitation.
Rajdeep, it surprises me.
Yes.
It surprises me because the BJP's own internal survey, in Paschim region losing 36 seats, in Braj region losing 16, in Kanpur losing 22, Awadh 26, Gorakhpur 29, Kashi 29. Then I will come to the majority dominating castes of the which the BJP calculates what is called the PCPA, political affinity. Now, Brahmins had voted 100%. The BJP is predicting 25% drift away from the BJP. Kurmi 50%, Jat 50%, Gujar 50%, Rajbar 50%, Bind 50%, Kushwaha 50%, Jatav, which had voted 35 to 40% for them, 15%. Only 26 castes the BJP feels are going to be 100% with it, which are Thakur, Kais, Bania, Bhumiyar, Maurya, Lodh, Saini and Shakir. Now, in that scenario, if the BJP is looking at 50% Jat drift, Rajdeep, in this region, the Jat vote is actually as a very interesting entity, Rajdeep, because the Jats maintained their Chodrahat despite being only half of the Muslim population in any constituency in Western UP. They became the leaders because of the Muslim votes, actually.
Okay.
They lost that. They lost that because of becoming part of a big pool called the BJP.
You're sitting next to a Jat who, let's be clear.
Known for the Chodrahat.
2013, let's put it in context. 2013, Muzaffarnagar happens. 2014, the BJP gets the benefit of the growing Jat Muslim divide that takes place in the aftermath of the riot. It sustains till 2017. General reporting from the ground suggested that this time, because of the tie-up between RLD and SP, because it's now 8 years, because of the farmers' agitation, the Jats now are going to reassert their original identity, come together with the Muslims, and this could be the winning card. As per the exit poll, that is not happening. Are you surprised? That's what I come back to, Preeti. This is one of the big surprises of UP. We'll come to Purvanchal and other areas in a moment.
No, this doesn't surprise me, Rajdeep, because when I was on ground, the Jat was split. I don't think they voted as an identity of a Kisan. They voted as an identity of a Hindu. And why so, I'll tell you. The ghosts of the riots were very much present when you spoke to a lot of them. And the reason which I'll tell you, if, let's say, the RLD had tied up with any other party, it would have worked out for a lot of Jat community members. The reason that they tied up with the Samajwadi Party, the way Samajwadi Party is perceived to have dealt with the riots, and the aftermath of the riots is something that a lot in the community cannot forget.
So basically the Samajwadi Party still carries the baggage of the past.
And for an RLD, so they will not let a Samajwadi Party candidate stand on an RLD ticket. They will not हैंड पंप नहीं दाबेंगे अगर सपा का खड़ा होगा, सपा को नहीं दबाएंगे क्योंकि आरएलडी साथ.
But RLD को भी इतने वोट नहीं आ रहे जितने we thought they would get. So it's all clearly working at the moment as per vote share, heavily in front of the BJP. How big is Pradeep Gupta and Axis My India predicting? Rahul, take over. Give us the numbers that we've been waiting for. Uttar Pradesh, kaun jeetega Uttar Pradesh? Rahul Kanwal, over to you.
Okay, get your pens out or your calculators. And let's get started. I'm going to look at Western UP first. In Western UP, there are 3 regions, Doab, Rohilkhand and Braj. So we'll start with Doab. Here, there are 44 seats. Out of these 34 seats, what you're seeing on your screen is the vote share right now, 47 versus 37. If we convert this into seats, Axis My India predicts for India Today that out of the 44 seats of Doab, the BJP is likely to get 34. This is areas like Bagpat, Bulandshahr, Noida, Ghaziabad, Hapur, Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, Saharanpur and Shamli. 34 versus 9. This is largely phase 1, where the SP was expected to do well, but it doesn't seem to have materialized on the ground in the same way according to this Access My India poll. 34 versus 9. Let's now come to Braj Bhumi. 40 seats in Braj, and this includes seats like Agra, Aligarh, Etah, Firozabad, Hathras, Kasganj, Mainpuri and Mathura. 47 versus 34 is the gap when it comes to vote share. When converted into seats, 34 of these seats to the BJP, 6 to the Samajwadi Party. The others don't open their accounts. In the second region as well, the BJP doing smashingly well. Let's now come to Rohilkhand. Here, the SP is actually 1% ahead of the BJP when it comes to vote share in seats like Amroha, Bareilly, Bijnor, Badaयूं, Moradabad, Pilibhit, Rampur, Sambhal and Shahjahanpur. Here, when we convert this into seats, it's 30 for the BJP, 21. So it's tighter, but even where SP is putting up its supposed best performance, there's a 9-seat gap. 30 plays 21. 30 for Yogi Adityanath and the BJP, 21 for the SP. Let's now cut across to the phases right at the end, the 139 seats of Eastern Uttar Pradesh, Purvanchal. So this includes places like Ambedkar Nagar, Azamgarh, Balia, Balrampur, Gonda, Gorakhpur, Jaunpur, Pratapgarh, Prayagraj, Varanasi, Maharajganj. Here, if you look at the 139 seats, 46 versus 34, so a 12% gap when it comes to vote share. When translated into seats, Access My India predicts for the India Today group that in Eastern Uttar Pradesh, the BJP is likely to bag a whopping 96 seats, the SP only 36, the BSP 3, the Congress 2. 96 versus 36. That is a sweep for the BJP in Eastern Uttar Pradesh, which is where a lot of pundits who are traveling to these Akhilesh rallies thought that there is a big SP wave building. The poll doesn't reflect that. Let's now come to Central Uttar Pradesh, the area of Awadh. 109 seats here. Here, the vote share gap between the two formations is 37 versus 48, so an 11% gap. This includes places like Amethi, Ayodhya, Bharaich, Barabanki, Etawah, Farrukhabad, Gonda, Hardoi, Kannauj, Kanpur, Lakhimpur Kheri, Lucknow, Raebareli, Sitapur, Sultanpur and Unnao. Here again, out of these 109 seats, a sweep for the BJP, 94 plays 14. That's the Access My India, India Today poll. So if you got your calculators up and you're calculating, it's building to a BJP wave. Let's now come to Bundelkhand. Bundelkhand is the most impoverished part of Uttar Pradesh. 19 seats here in places like Mahoba, Lalitpur, Jhansi, Jalaun, Hamirpur, Chitrakoot and Banda. Here in Banda and in the other areas, out of these 19 seats, the Access My India, India Today poll actually predicts that the BJP might end up with all. So nobody gets to open their account in Bundelkhand. That's what this poll is predicting. So essentially, Rajdeep, Yogi and Modi double engine ki sarkar, like Sachin and Sehwag, have whacked everyone else out of the park.
Should I give the big number?
Yeah, absolutely. Come.
You know, when you look at these big numbers, and I know they're stunning, Rahul, but we've seen election results in recent times give these stunning numbers. Take a look, Rahul, at where we stand. Rahul's given you a region by region breakup, and it's fascinating. Every region BJP well ahead, some more than others. It's time, therefore, to give you the big numbers, the make or break numbers. Uttar Pradesh, 403 seats on offer. What is the Access My India exit poll from UP saying? Look at these numbers. Sensational. 288 to 326. We are predicting a sweep of the same that the BJP won with 315 seats last time. 288 to 326. So halfway point is about 305 seats. Over 300 is what is being predicted. Yogi Adityanath could then do what no one has done so far in the history of Uttar Pradesh since actually ever. 5 years as Chief Minister and then win again. It's never been done. Not since 1985 has a government been re-elected. This is history if it happens. Akhilesh Yadav plus allies 71 to 101. Improvement over when he was tying up with the Congress, but still well behind as per this poll. Mayawati, the mighty Mayawati who won a majority in 2007 is down to single digits as per this poll, 3 to 9. That may not be a surprise. Many people feared the worst for her. Congress, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra addressed 172 rallies plus road shows, 1 to 3. Others is 2 to 3 at the moment. This is an absolute landslide which is being predicted. And if this is true, it could completely realign our understanding of UP politics, and it could mean that the BJP is now got the momentum to go into 2024 as well, because when you win Uttar Pradesh by these margins, it gives you the momentum. It could crush the opposition in India's most populous state. I hate to say I told you so, but there's a column I wrote 10 days ago saying BJP clear lead, for which I was attacked. But this is what the numbers are showing at the moment. I could be horribly wrong, both in my column. These numbers could be wrong. These are only predictions. I had said the BJP had a lead. I gave 5 factors. You can read that column, but let's get our experts to give us the view. Is anyone surprised here? Please raise their hands if you're shocked. Preeti, you're surprised with these numbers. You believe that it's a much tighter race. Am I correct?
Well, you know, Rajdeep, if I can, these numbers suggest a wave. This is a wave election then. If 326 is the number that the BJP is actually going up to anywhere over 285, this is a wave election. I didn't catch a wave as a reporter on ground. I did not catch it. I caught that wave in...
You got anger? Did you catch anger?
In pockets, yes. In pockets, yes.
Is that anger?
Deep-seated anger in pockets. So I've always maintained this is a really tight contest. It's a tough fight. Every district you'd go to, every district would say 9 seats hain, 9 ki 9 phasi hui hai.
So you're saying that it is a much tighter contest.
I would think it's with BJP.
And I think most of us would not have predicted a 300 plus, certainly. Let's be very clear.
Including the BJP at the center.
That's right. You know,
Yogi Adityanath was saying 300 plus.
Sure.
BJP at the center was saying 220, say 250.
You know, Rahul, I thought the BJP is ahead, as I said, because I think I didn't sense that kind of sharp anti-incumbency. I believe that the BJP has crafted a much wider social base. I thought Hindutva, law and order, and critically free ration. As I said, ration in the gaon, shasan in urban areas, law and order plus ration. And look at the numbers. And this is the critical number that I want our psephologists to really explore. Maybe Rahul, you want to explore this first. BJP among men, 44%, SP 40, BSP 10. Congress 3, others 3. Go to women. BJP plus 48, SP plus 32, BSP 14, Congress 3, others 3. 16% gap among women voters. If 50% of the population is voting 16% more, and remember in phases 5, 6, women voter turnout is 10 and 8% more than men. It's a done deal. That's where Pradeep is getting his numbers. The woman, Mahila voter, Ladki hu, Lad Sakti hu is what Priyanka Gandhi said, but the Ladki has gone, it appears as per this poll, fully with the BJP, Shasan plus Ration. Your views?
So first, it's possible that we get these numbers. I'm a bit skeptical on the size of...
The scale of it.
Yes.
I think we all are.
Yeah. And second, I want to basically, if these numbers are true, 48 versus 32 gap among women voters, this would be the highest gender gap anywhere in the country. Even Mamta just had 6 to 8 point advantage.
You're saying ever?
Yes, 16% gap for a political party, especially for BJP. BJP actually before 2014 used to trail among women voters. Now the trends have reversed. So reversal, but this kind of reversal in UP, 16 percentage point.
One of the women ministers of this government, Anupriya Patel, joins us from the Apna Dal. Her family was split, but the voters in Uttar Pradesh seem to have backed the BJP Apna Dal alliance very strongly, and a 16% gap in favor of the BJP among women voters. 32% women voting for the SP, 48% for the BJP alliance. There hasn't ever been such a big gap among women voters, and that could be one of the biggest takeaways from this election. Anupriya Patel. Ma'am, can you hear me, Anupriya ji?
Yes,
Anupriya ji, can you hear me? Okay, so my question is, first and foremost, congratulations.
Yes.
As far as these exit polls are concerned, your alliance seems to be winning and winning in style. Are these numbers bigger than what you would have expected, Anupriya ji?
Well, I have always maintained since the very beginning of this election that NDA will retain power and we will make a grand comeback in Uttar Pradesh, and now your exit polls are talking the same language. So I am not surprised, maybe the others would be, but I am not surprised. I was always confident we are coming back, and now we see the same happening.
And we're talking about the significance of women voters. Amongst women, 16% more women have voted for the BJP than they did for the Samajwadi Party. Amongst men, the gap is only 4%. But amongst women, the gap is much bigger, suggesting that the BJP alliance is able to pull women disproportionately to their ticket.
Certainly, this is not without a reason. A lot of our schemes were centered around women. You know, the toilets that we constructed, they have gone a long way in addressing the basic needs of women voter in the rural areas or the urban areas. Then the gas cylinders under the Ujjwala scheme, which reach the women in the households. Also, the housing facilities that we provided to the common man, the common voter. The ownership is in the name of a woman. So women voters have seen that the government has a pro-women approach in so far as the pro-poor welfare schemes are concerned, and which I think is the biggest force that has been instrumental in creating or building more faith in the minds of the women voter towards the NDA-led government. And which is why we see such a big gap in the percentage of women voters turning out to vote in favor of the NDA alliance candidates.
Thank you very much, Anupriya ji, for joining us. Also, Sanjay.
Can I ask Anupriya one question? Anupriya ji, your old friend Rajdeep Sardesai here.
Yes.
You tell me, Anupriya ji, you know,
Yes,
your party, the Kurmi voter, you know, there was so much of talk about the non-Yadav voters. That 35% was going to be critical to this election. The BJP was seen to have the upper caste with them. The SP had Muslim Yadav solidly behind them. 35% non-Yadav voter OBCs, including Kurmis, would make a difference. Was this election at the end of the day fought along those lines, or are you saying that issues like Ration, Shasan, Ujjwala, they go beyond these caste lines if these numbers are right? If, it's a big if these numbers are right. Because Preeti is saying, har constituency mein takkar hai.
Look now, to be... No, both factors are equally important. Look, you cannot deny caste equations in the poll battle of Uttar Pradesh or any other state for that matter. Caste equations and caste arithmetic is important, and every party tries to, create that balance in the caste arithmetic, and the OBC voter in Uttar Pradesh constitute a sizable population, more than 50%. So you cannot ignore such a big chunk of population, because eventually your voter is coming from that population only. So definitely it makes a difference. And then insofar as the pro-poor welfare schemes are concerned, because the schemes have reached people without discrimination, and because the sizable and the considerable population is made up of the OBC voters, so definitely the OBCs, a large chunk would have benefited out of these schemes, which we are saying has created a faith in their heart towards the NDA-led alliance. So everything put together, we see this, this whole election turning in favor of NDA, and NDA coming back.
I have a bit of
making a grand comeback in Uttar Pradesh.
This is largely on behalf of everyone who's watching, because so far there was an election cap on price rise when it comes to petroleum products. We're just hearing that starting 6 a.m. tomorrow, CNG prices in Delhi likely to go up by about 50 paisa per kg to 1 kilo per kilogram. That's just CNG. This is likely to happen in diesel, petrol. So basically that election moratorium on increase in petroleum prices seems to be over, Anupriya ji.
Ask about free ration. Will it continue?
Honestly, I'm really not aware of this development, so I wouldn't really know what to react to this. But no decision was ever made keeping elections in mind. We have a pure intent to serve the common voter of Uttar Pradesh. or the whole country insofar as our government of India is concerned. And I would really not like to comment on this.
But that's outside the UP syllabus. No, but Anupriya ji, let me be honest. When you were on the ground, we saw Mehengai was an issue. Berozgari was a big issue among the young people. Avara Pashu, stray cattle, huge issue. People are angry, were disillusioned over these issues. Are you telling me that Ration and Shasan were enough to overcome that? You cannot tell me that people on the ground were not disillusioned. We met a number of young people saying Naukri hi nahi hai.
Okay, I have two things to say. Stray cattle menace, yes, it does exist in UP. Our government tried to address this menace. We tried to construct Gau Ashray Sthal, but I would still admit that efforts were not sufficient, and which is why Prime Minister, while addressing a rally, said that in the next regime we will do more to curb this menace. And when we spoke to the voter on ground, they did come up with this concern, but we also told them that we will do more. And they were in favor of the NDA alliance because law and order was such a big issue that the voter had big fear in their heart that if the Samajwadi Party led alliance comes to power in Uttar Pradesh, then maybe the stray cattle menace is a smaller one, but a bad law and order would be too difficult a menace to handle. So that kind of became a bigger issue, and this became a smaller issue. Nevertheless, I would still say that yes, the problem still exists and we need to address it, and we will try. We will leave no stone unturned to address this problem. It is a serious
despite this
issue which
sweep
persists.
or seeming sweep,
and yes,
there
you
is
also
a big
raised
cause
an
of
issue about
concern
employment generation.
from the BJP's perspective, and that is this. Amongst voters who are in the age group of 18 to 25, the BJP leads the Samajwadi Party by only 1%, 41 versus 40. 40 for the SP, BJP 41. Anywhere else, the gap is 14%, 13%, 12% and 14%. But when it comes to that young and the restless voter, 18 to 25, the gap, ma'am, is only 1%. And that, despite this jubilation, is the one question mark that hangs over this result, Anupriya ji.
Well, okay, if that is the analysis, I would say that since you had raised the issue of employment generation also, we did face COVID pandemic, which kind of disrupted the whole economic scenario. And yes, this was a serious issue, but we also were successful in explaining to the young aspirational voter that we are, employment generation is high on our agenda, and we have created a roadmap to have better employment generation in our next regime. The ease of doing business ranking has improved. We have been able to create massive infrastructure across the state, whether it is roads or railways or waterways, airports, electricity, everything has improved, and we have also an improved law and order situation. So we have paved way for getting larger investments, and there are big organizations, big investors who are showing interest in UP. They see now UP as a preferable destination for investment. So maybe in our next regime, we will be able, we have decided, set a target of getting 10 lakh crores of investment. So that is a kind of argument we have put forth to the young voter, and I think to a great extent we have been able to convince them.
Okay, we'll leave it over there. Anupriya Patel, thank you for joining us. Sanjay Kumar, how do you explain that amongst this 18 to 25 voter, the gap between BJP and SP is only 1%. In any other category, it's at least 12, going up to 14%.
Frankly, Rahul, I don't think I'm in a position to explain that in one group, which is the young voters. I do get a sense from the ground. I also got the sense that, yes, there is a huge disenchantment among the young voters because unemployment is on the rise, price rise on the rise. So that disenchantment can bring the gap between Samajwadi Party and BJP so close, just 1%. But what suddenly happens to those voters who are not in that age group, that the gap suddenly increases in favor of BJP by say 12, 14 or 15%. So really, Rahul, I don't have an explanation to this, and I'm a little skeptical about this data about why there's just only 1% gap, and suddenly it increases to such a huge number.
I'll tell you why I think so, and then you can take it to the guest. My belief is, I'm again trying to plug my article, Rahul. Here it is. In UP polls, the BJP has a clear edge.
When it comes to marketing his content, Rajdeep is like Shah Rukh Khan.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why what's happened. The youth are angry. There are two narratives that took place in UP. There was a narrative of berozgari, of mehengai, of avara pashu. There was a narrative in UP of ration, of shasan as described as law and order, and I will tell you this at the risk of being called politically incorrect, anti-Muslim sentiment as mirrored in Hindutva. These are three competing different narratives. I believe that the narrative of avara pashu, of mehengai, made people feel disappointed with this government, also COVID management, but not angry enough to vote against the BJP, which got, Rahul, we forget, 49.5% of the vote just 2 years ago. We sometimes forget that, 49.5% in Lok Sabha elections. So they were angry, but not angry enough to vote against. On the other hand, those who was on ration, which is welfareism, those who spoke, Rahul, the language of shasan, law and order, and those who felt कि ये जो सरकारें हैं हमारी हिंदुओं की सरकार है, they were much more willing to still stand by the BJP. And just a final point, look at the politics of UP, and Rahul Srivastav knows it even better than it. Since 1990, Mulayam Singh has been Chief Minister thrice, Mulayam plus Akhilesh. Mayawati has been 4 times. 30 years you've given them a chance. Number of people I met said, इनको तो मौका दिया है, इनको केवल 5 साल दिए हैं, इनको 5 साल और देते हैं. This is a vote, if these numbers are right, of the poor. Those poor who are getting those DBT delivery benefits. Narendra Modi's government has failed, in my view, on jobs, but has succeeded on last mile delivery of basic welfare benefits. And those basic welfare benefits in COVID times, when I get 5 kilos of rice, when I get atta, when I get namak, and when I get oil, helps me. I saw it with Pinarayi Vijayan. Pinarayi Vijayan did in Kerala what no one had done for 40 years, defeated anti-incumbency. But our friend, Mr. Yogi Adityanath, is possibly doing what no one has done in 40 years, defeat anti-incumbency.
And it takes away
last mile delivery.
Some of the disappointment amongst BJP voters on the back of what happened in West Bengal. So now West Bengal is forgotten. They say, "Dekho UP mein kya kiya."
देखिए, one thing very important, the decisive leadership of Narendra Modi. You know, the Prime Minister Modi has heavily impacted on Uttar Pradesh, and this Uttar Pradesh verdict is going to endorse his philosophy, his governance. Yes. One important thing that Bharatiya Janata Party has expanded its social base. Traditionally, we think that it's an upper caste party, but the party has expanded. That is not being analyzed and seen, because you just see that this leader is capturing this caste vote, this party is capturing this caste vote. You go to Jat land, you will find the larger number of Jat are associating with the Bharatiya Janata Party ideology. Second important, the Hindutva is not anti-Muslim. You know, the kind of governance Yogi Adityanath ji has given, that is significant for the people, law and order. Just see the infrastructure development. Without infrastructure development, you can't imagine a state can grow in economy. Unprecedented infrastructure growth in Uttar Pradesh.
UP shining नहीं है. कोई UP shining नहीं है. मैं गाँव में गया हूँ. प्रीति गई है. राहुल सर, आप जानिए, लोगों की बेरोजगारी है.
आप सुन लीजिए.
Rajdeep, if they win 288 seats.
No.
1 second, Rajdeep, if they win 288 seats, people want them back, and they want them back in
Yes, I've given you the reasons.
No, it is your verdict. It's not the people's verdict. Let me face my point. You know, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi has given Uttar Pradesh another identity. The soft power of the Uttar Pradesh that is being projected. The Kasi Vishwanath, the kind of thing after 400 years.
Rajdeep. The government has done some good work. Nobody doubts that.
Law and order, you are giving important.
I agree. On law and order, I give the government.
Not a single communal right has taken place in the last 5 years.
Yes, Rahul, very quickly, then we've got 4 guests waiting.
Rajdeep, this is what I said initially. How potent the subterranean Hindutva element is in UP, that will decide, and the marginalized. Why I say marginalized? If you see the Jat land, in that area also, the BJP has a combination of Senis, Pals, Prajapati, Kashyaps and others who actually become 40% of the population. Along with the upper caste, if you add them, the BJP has the arithmetic rise, Rajdeep. That's where these marginalized come in. BJP's arithmetic is intact, could well be intact, and the BJP could be doing. But 326, Rajdeep, is utopian.
Yeah, so we don't know.
No, even 288, Rajdeep,
is definitely not happening.
Okay.
The BJP is not is going to lose at least 80
Thanks,
seats
Rahul
in UP.
Srivastava, for that resounding vote of confidence.
Landslide victory. Okay, landslide victory versus Rahul predicting a much closer fight. That makes it exciting. Go ahead, Rahul. We've got lots of guests.
We've got Supriya Shirne joining us, who I assume won't be very pleased with the results, and with good reason. Sanju Verma joins us from the BJP. Sharad Pradhan joins us. Sandeep Shastri is with us. I want to go across to Supriya Shirne first, because we haven't heard from the Congress on Uttar Pradesh, despite all the efforts Priyanka Gandhi Vadra made in UP. When it comes to seat share, the Congress projected to bag only between 1 and 3. And when it comes to vote share, the Congress could slip from 6.2% to close to about 3%. Supriya, welcome.
Thank you very much, and a very good evening to all of you. Firstly, these aren't results like you said. This is an exit poll, and let's treat it like that, because exit polls in Bengal were also predicting a BJP victory. The palpable anger on the ground, and whoever was talking about infrastructure, I did not know who was talking about infrastructure, has perhaps forgotten how UP is one state with the number of people who are unemployed. It is a state that has seen bodies float. It is a state which has seen encounters happen, and in the name of law and order, you have a chief minister who says bulldozer and thok do. So let's not step ahead of ourselves, and let's not run away with this. This is an exit poll. And please understand this, for all of you, and I know many of you have visited UP all across, when you sat in cabs and asked people who were they voting for, most of them out of fear, because the kind of, the kind of dominance one has seen of power as in Uttar Pradesh have said the BJP. When you dug further and you said you were a non-BJP sympathizer, that's when they opened up. So let's not step ahead of ourselves. These numbers do tell a story, but I don't think that's the entire picture, and this picture is going to considerably change come the 10th of March. These are only exit poll numbers, firstly.
Sanju
because
Verma?
The real issues on the ground continue to be price rise. They continue to be
Supriya Shirne says, picture abhi baki hai, don't pop the bubbly just because, or the Ganga Jal, I mean, whatever it is that you think is the right thing to pop, but wait till the results come out on the 10th, Sanju.
You're cooler.
Okay. Rahul, I want to say first and foremost that the BJP is not a party which builds flaky castles in the air. We are confident of a victory because we work very hard for it. I think you have said it umpteen times, and I'll simply rephrase that. Be it Narendra Modi, be it JP Nadda, be it Amit Shah, be it the entire battalion of leaders. These are 24/7 politicians. These are not part-time politicians and full-time vacationers. Point number 2, a lot has been said about BJP's caste arithmetic, social engineering. I was listening to some of the panelists a while back. The fact of the matter is, I will now borrow Rajdeep Sardesai's phrase, beyond caste, beyond social engineering, beyond the religious Hindu consolidation or Muslim consolidation. The big vote bank today is the Labharti, the beneficiary. And I think the Congress has become the proverbial ostrich with its head buried under the sand. It refuses to look at facts in the eye. And I will say the same for the Samajwadi Party, because the Congress is not even in the running. The Congress is only in the running in television studios. On the ground, the Congress today is a big zero, and I'll tell you why. Be it Western UP, be it Rohilkhand, Bundelkhand, Purvanchal, Central UP, the reason why there is a sweep, there is a landslide which has never happened for an incumbent sitting chief minister, which will happen this time for the first time in 3 decades, is because of simply this. And I'll take 30 seconds to wrap up. During COVID, more than 15 crore people were fed, given free ration every month only in the state of Uttar Pradesh. 1.5 crore people benefited under the free electricity Saubhagya scheme. More than 1 crore women.
Okay, the campaigning is over. People have already decided what they thought of all those claims, and they seem to have backed them in style. One second. No. You made that point. I want to go across to Sharad Pradhan, who, in the commentary that he did during the poll, seemed to suggest that he was picking up an SP wave or an anti-Yogi sentiment, anti-Modi sentiment. It seems that, at least from this poll, there's a big difference between what you were picking up and what the poll is suggesting, Mr. Pradhan.
Well, I never said there was an SP. I always said it's a tight fight. It's a tough fight between the two. But yes, if this is to be believed, then I must say that issues like stray cattle, as Rajdeep pointed out, issues like unemployment, price rise have been of no meaning. And BJP has succeeded in its campaign, which I felt was a lot based on half-truths and falsehood. And its bombardment of advertisements has eventually overwhelmed people. And what has come as a game changer is the Labharti factor, on which the BJP was heavily dependent and was hoping that it would impress upon people that so much of freebies that they are getting,
let's explore just a minute now. No, Sanjuji, just a minute. Let's explore this Labharti factor. You know, Sandeep Shastri, it's not as if welfareism started only in 2014. What seems to have happened with DBT is that the delivery systems tend to reach those who need it the most, no doubt about that. The BJP claims, for example, in UP that there are about 15 crore beneficiaries of various programs in a state with a 25 crore population. Do you believe that this is the constituency that is making the difference? Is welfareism so potent that people forget about joblessness, and joblessness is a crisis, that people forget about COVID management, COVID was a problem, and suddenly say, I'm a Labharti, the BJP has made sure that I get my ration, and that's enough for me to vote for them?
Rajdeep, I have one point.
No,
Rajdeep
he's been waiting. Yes.
Rajdeep ji, Sanjay ji is there, Rahul ji is there. We have found in our surveys and studies that and there is empirical proof for this, if the voter on the ground finds that the schemes, welfare programs, which the government is taking care of, actually reaches the people, the benefit of that has gone to a ruling party. I think there is sufficient empirical evidence to prove that point. So if the trends are going to be the way the exit poll that India Today TV is showing, if it goes in that direction, and the point you are making about Labhartis, I think it is a reflection of the fact that
are you saying, Dr. Shastri, that if my son doesn't have a job, if my son is simply whiling away his time, as we saw in a number of places in UP, but the mother of the house is getting her 5 kilos of ration every 15 days in the last 3 months, earlier it was once a month, that's enough? If my father is a kisan who's getting
nothing is ever enough, Rajdeep. Look at the options, they take a choice.
No, I'm just asking. I'm just asking whether that is sufficient. Are we saying that welfareism, basic delivery is enough, particularly in the poorer parts, and the BJP has done even better as per the exit poll as you go into the poorer parts of UP? That's enough.
Rajdeep, there is no shadow of doubt that there is the fact of unemployment, the fact of poverty, the fact of rising prices is something on the minds of the voter, no doubt about it. But while that is on the mind of the voter, the fact that if there are certain welfare schemes that has worked, that there are certain benefits that have reached homes, that is likely to trump other factors, especially when it has made a significant difference in your life and livelihood. Now, it's not that the challenges are not there. But you see,
the one factor which isn't being spoken of enough is just the magic of Yogi Adityanath. Now, a lot of people who may be watching may find this a bit awkward or at odds with their beliefs, but Yogi Adityanath has emerged as a chief minister who has the trust and the faith of the voters of Uttar Pradesh. According to this exit poll by Access My India for India Today, 55% of the respondents in this poll wanted to see Yogi Adityanath as the next chief minister of the state. In comparison, Akhilesh Yadav came in at 35%. The data is wrong, so pardon us, but 35% wanted Akhilesh Yadav to be the next chief minister, but a very substantial majority wanting Yogi Adityanath. And what does this mean, Rahul Verma, in the pantheon of national politics? Yogi Adityanath with 288 kind of seats, Rahul Srivastava, where does that put him in the flanks of BJP leaders?
Number 2.
You think
BJP.
so?
Definitely, Raj. Rahul, see, what Yogi Adityanath will achieve for the BJP if he wins the election, if he wins it with such a resounding number,
he would have done something in UP's history which nobody has ever done. And remember, a saffron-robed chief minister could not be removed when few months back we had murmurs against him, because if the BJP has to pursue Hindutva, then a saffron-robed chief minister can't be removed. That means a saffron-robed chief minister who has won UP despite a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic is a very big political figure. And I think that's where the competition starts within the BJP, that if he is emerging star, then what happens to
Sheila
somebody
Bhatt
like
has
Amit
sharp
Shah?
insights on this. The central leadership thought 220, 230, 240, this could be more.
No, I'm not with popular thinking in Delhi journalists that Yogi will be number 2.
You don't think so?
No, not at all, because the way BJP is running since 2013, I would say, 13 onwards, and since 2014, they're from first to, I think, 20, it's Modi. So number 2 is not available.
I want to build on what Sheila Bhatt is saying. In the way that the BJP is right now, there's number 1 from 1 to 10. Everybody else comes only later. Of course, this is a phenomenal victory, make no mistake about it.
Secondly,
but who comes number 2 is a battle for much later. It's not a battle for today.
Will come only when Modi decides. Modi
Do you think Modi will decide who number 2 is?
Modi and with the combination of consensus within RSS.
Can I counter that to say, Sheila, to say that if Yogi Adityanath continues to do the work that he's done, he could have, by the end of his second term, if this term were to happen, have built enough of a base to stake his claim?
No, stake it in politics, it never happens like that, not even in Congress, not even in TMC. You can, PV Nasir Rao, after losing election, I had a meeting with him and I very softly asked him that, Mr. Rao, what do you think, will Sonia Gandhi take over as president? So he said, have you read Congress Constitution? So I said, yeah, I know how it is. So he said, why are you asking me? All politics happens around the tradition set in the party, and BJP is a very big party, and it believes in tradition and the way system works. It doesn't, and even Modi has worked through the system, not outside the system. That's why Rajnath Singh is so important in that trajectory. So Yogi is far, far away, and why I don't know why Delhi people never understand this.
No, also let's be...
It doesn't work like that. It has to work.
Let's ask Rakesh. Let's bowl a googly to Rakesh.
Nobody has done what Yogi has done,
this
and
whole...
the BJP says no.
Just a minute, this whole
I have
Yogi...
a lot of answers to give.
This whole Yogi, Modi, this whole thing, who will succeed Mr. Modi, and if this big victory that we are predicting in the exit poll comes, what does it do to Yogi Adityanath? It certainly raises his stature within the BJP pantheon. Let's make no mistake about that. He will be a focus. But the Modi factor is also critical. Remember, out of all the state elections that have taken place after 2019, some of where BJP suffered setbacks and came down, even in Haryana and BJP vote share came down, Mr. Modi was not on the ticket. In my view, and this way, Mr. Modi today is on the UP ticket. This is his karma bhumi. This is where there's a direct connect between Mr. Modi and Uttar Pradesh in a way that it is not there with Bihar,
Rahul.
in a way it is not there with Haryana, in a way it is not there with Maharashtra. Gujarat is his Janma Bhumi, and Modi and his entire machine, and there's a media propaganda machine also, has made sure that people recognize Mr. Modi as from Varanasi. And in eastern UP in particular, that makes a difference. But you want to answer Rahul's straight question, is Yogi, if these numbers are right, your number 2? Is he now number 2 if these numbers are right?
No, I think Bharatiya Janata Party... No. Look, this is not an objective type question. I am just answering
Rahul,
that. Prime Minister Modi's leadership is very decisive leader, very successful leader in the party. There is no question of thinking about who will be successor, who will be number 2. Party is being run on the basis of democratic constitution and tradition, what Sheila ji has rightly pointed out. But one thing I will point out that here Uttar Pradesh elections victory, much credit will go to Prime Minister Modi, because his leadership, the intent of his leadership, people have faith in his intention. There may be many issues which are unresolved or partially resolved, but the people have the faith in Prime Minister Modi. Second important thing, that people always criticize Prime Minister Modi in terms of Hindutva and the communal politics, majoritarian politics. But you fail to see the meaningful welfare state has been inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi. Till now, the welfare state was a symbolic. And the people...
You're not answering, you're not answering Rahul's question.
No, this is not to be but Prime Minister, we have the leader, most successful leader, most acceptable leader, and most credible leader we have. Why should we think in those terms? We are not the Mughal ruler.
No, but can I point out
we
a
have a
very
leader who will think that
significant data point that helps understand why people voted for the BJP, if at all they did. So on the question of why you voted for the party that you did, and when you look at BJP voters, because they thought that the BJP could help improve the condition of UP, Rajya ke Vikas ke liye comes in at number 1 at 27%. Because of the party itself, so amongst BJP voters, they voted for the BJP because the party 12%. Kanun Vyavastha achhi hui, improvement in law and order 10%. CM candidate 7%. CM candidate is amongst the top choices. Rajya Sarkar Yojana ke tahat free ration. So free ration comes in at 11%. If you come down that rank, Sarkari Yojanaon ka labh mila. Labharthi is 9%, Prime Minister Modi 8%. So it's not as if there's only one factor. Rahul Verma, it's a combination of factors, including just the belief that BJP was best suited for Rajya ke Vikas ke liye to develop the state. That's the reality.
Yes, there are many factors in any election, and it seems from this data that BJP seems to be doing well on most of those factors. So the way I think about elections are won or lost on accumulated sentiments on 5 things. One is the ideological platform or narrative. The second one is basically social coalition. Third one is leadership. Fourth one is there are 2 other factors, right? So basically on those five factors, BJP seems to stand perhaps taller or 1 or 2 points ahead of SP. But the kind of gap this survey is basically showing of more than 10 percentage point gap between 2, I think that's a lot. And then basically BJP being able to head, and I also want to join that to Adityanath's point. So far everyone was basically thinking that if BJP is going to get hurt in UP, in a terms like if 50, 60, 70 seats come down, it's largely because of perhaps Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath and the way he governed the state. But now we are talking in a very, very different world where Adityanath not only returns back, but returns back with a bigger victory.
We'll come with the headlines in a moment, but to take your point forward, and I think this is important for viewers to recognize, because we traditionally see UP through the prism of caste, and especially in the post-Mandal age, post-1990, we've seen it. One community, and this is just an illustration, SC non-Jatav, that's the non-Jatav Dalit. For years we thought कि मायावती का जो वोट है वो 22% का वोट है, that is Jatav plus non-Jatav. इस बार क्या हुआ है? SC non-Jatav, BJP 51%, and this confirms what CSDS also found out in 2019 Lok Sabha. SP 27%, that's almost less than half of that. BSP only 15%. So Mayawati, we have seen her as a Dalit icon, but even within the non-Jatav Dalits, who are 11% of UP, only other 11 are Jatavs, she gets only 15% of that. Take a look at what happens within the Kurmi, the other OBCs. Now, traditionally, these other OBCs are the largest block of UP. This is where Amit Shah got it right. He recognized Yadav to are with Mulayam, Akhilesh. Dalits, by and large, at that time were seen to be with Mayawati. Muslims were seen to be with whoever between Mayawati and Mulayam would give them power. The non-Yadav OBCs were critical. As per this Axis survey, 65%, which is slightly less than last time. The 2019 was about 70%. They are at 65. SP.
And this is why these numbers are a bit confusing, because they so 2019 BJP plus vote share were 42% overall. Now what we are projecting is 46, but in every segment, and I got to look at this just for 2 minutes, in every segment BJP's vote from 2019 is down.
No, 1 minute. They got 49.5%. Let us assume they will come down by 3-4% compared to 2019. Right? Okay. But they are coming up from 2017. 2017 they got 39%. As per this survey, they are going up from that 39%. So they are actually doing better as per this survey. And remember,
Rajdeep, I can't resist because you are citing various segments of voter. Also look at in the data.
Yes.
27% women.
Yes.
And 72% men.
Yes.
And the party which is getting 46% vote has a lead among women voters by 16%.
Yes.
And the sample in the generally they are 48% of the total voters, but they are only 27-28% in the sample. How can a party get 46% votes in a...
We'll get Pradeep to debate that, because that's an important point. My point, sir, is this.
Since you were advocating for how BJP has been able to get to 46% votes, I thought this is also an important data.
Can I suggest
this is also an important data to be cited to the viewers.
But I'm just trying to tell you, when I look across castes, at the end of the day, we have had a traditional impression of UP of the way the castes are divided. Now we have seen, and if these numbers, and it's a big if these numbers are right for 4 successive elections, 2014, 2017, 2019 and 2022, the BJP has completely upturned UP's traditional caste arithmetic. 65% versus 70%. They got even more in 2019. There was a wave that time. But this is, if these numbers are right, also a wave. And significantly, they got 39% of the vote. Rahul in 2017, they are up to 46. And what has happened? I'll tell you, we must realize this. It has become two-cornered. But the gap is 10%. BSP, which was a 20% party, as per this poll is down to 12%. Congress, which was a 5% party, is down to 3%. No, in the Dhuvikaran, except, and viewers must know this, there are only 38 constituencies in UP where Muslim plus Yadav are more than 50%. And those are the constituencies where the SP is winning. Outside that, the SP doesn't have an incremental vote. Incremental votes come to the BJP.
Any political party,
as per this survey,
any political party which is not inclusive or trying to become inclusive cannot rule any state.
So Sanjay Kumar, here's what seems to have happened according to this poll, and I want you to build on it. There's been a massive Yadav and Muslim consolidation in favor of the Samajwadi Party. 83% of the Muslims, 86% of the Yadavs. But there has been, as Amit Shah predicted, a massive non-Yadav, non-Muslim consolidation for the BJP, including breaking away the Mayawati non-Jatav Dalit vote, which is one of the reasons why the BJP is doing better than most people probably thought.
Nowhere I am trying to suggest that these polls are off the mark or BJP is not leading. If Rajdeep has been saying that he wrote an article, op-ed 10 days ago, I can say I have been maintaining this stand for the last 4 months that BJP is winning these elections. Nowhere I have said that BJP is not winning election. I still maintain that stand. But my only anxiety is about the extent of BJP's victory. That's my only anxiety.
Okay, so Pradeep Gupta is joining us. Come, Pradeep, join us. We'll take you through the headlines and we'll ask Pradeep all these questions. Why is he showing a bigger victory than all other pollsters? Is it he's come dancing down the track again? He's saying BJP is going to whack it out of the park. Will it whack it out of the park, or will Pradeep Gupta get stumped? That's the question. We'll look at that. But here are the headlines we're tracking at 9.
India Today, Axis My India predicts a massive landslide for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. The party could even cross the 300-seat mark. The Samajwadi Party way behind, likely to settle 71 to 101 seats. The BSP Congress getting wiped out. This could be the first time any party would have a clear majority after having been an incumbent in the last 40 years.
AAP set for a sweep in Punjab. The party expected to bag between 76 and 90 seats. The Congress likely a distant second with between 19 and 31.
Goa set for a hung assembly with a slight edge to the Congress. Exit poll shows BJP to get 14 to 18. Congress could win 15 to 20 seats. TMC could open its account, but MGP could hold the key to power as a pre-poll ally.
BJP likely to return to power in Uttarakhand with 36 to 46 seats, while its contender Congress may manage to get just between 20 and 30. India Today, Access My India predicts BJP supremacy in Manipur with between 33 and 43 seats. Congress could settle for between 4 and 8.
Damage and destruction continue on day 12 of the Ukraine invasion. Russia declares a ceasefire to help India evacuate its citizens from the 4 worst hit cities after PM calls on Putin and Zelensky. Okay, let's look though. Let's look though at the numbers that have come out from the Axis My India poll of Uttar Pradesh, the critical state which everyone was waiting to see what would happen. And these are the figures which have staggered people. As per the poll, the BJP is expected to win a massive majority. The vote share of the BJP well ahead of its rivals, 46% versus 36% of the Samajwadi Party. The others going well behind. Mayawati down to 12%, the Congress 3%, others are 3%. How is this translating into seats? These are the numbers that many are shocked and staggered by because of the scale of the victory being predicted by Axis My India. They are predicting at the moment, based on these vote share numbers, the BJP winning 288 to 326 seats. That's right, 288 to 326 seats is what is being predicted for the BJP. A virtual landslide, why virtual? Landslide for the BJP, 71 to 101 for the SP, and 3 to 8 is what is being predicted for Mayawati, decimated, as is the Congress with 1 to 3. These are, of course, the numbers being predicted by Axis My India. And the big story they predict is a massive lead for the BJP of 16% among women.
On the question of who people want as the next chief minister in Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, the incumbent chief minister, could overturn 34 years of electoral history by becoming the first chief minister to be re-elected to power. 45% of the respondents want Yogi Adityanath as chief minister. Only 35% want Akhilesh Yadav as chief minister. Mayawati only 12%. Priyanka Gandhi at 1%. Pradeep Gupta, what is it that you've picked up about Uttar Pradesh the other pollsters did not? When everyone was saying phasi hui hai or it's a very tight election, you seem to be predicting a tsunami of sorts for the BJP.
When you say phasi hui hai, which is the case in our poll as well, but among the male voters only, where BJP is likely to get 44% of male votes as against SP's 40%, meaning the difference between two parties is only 4%. But when it comes to female voters, it is turning out to be 16% gap, as against 4% gap in male voters, and female voter is 16% vote. So Ration Prasashan,
or Ration and Shasan, or Prashasan,
Ration, Prasashan and female voter, these are the three keywords which define the poll.
But Sanjay Kumar of CSTS was with us. He said you are predicting a 10% lead for the BJP, while predicting a 16% lead among the women, even though your sample size has fewer women. So how are you going and predicting such a big victory for the BJP when among male voters the gap is narrow? Correct me if I'm wrong, Rahul. That is the concern being expressed.
Sanjay Kumarji is expert psephologist. There is no doubt onto that. But it's not only, when we say 27% female voters we spoke to, but what is more important is that we need to extrapolate those 27% to 50%. And we come out with the result, whatever is being shown. And not only this, up to 6%, these data, collected data, is weighted over real voters turnout of male separately and female separately. That is the conviction level of our poll.
No, but the point that was made by Sanjay Kumar in questioning your data was to say that if you actually look at the percentage of women that you caught in your raw data, the original sample, you've picked up far fewer women, and therefore you're extrapolating based on your sample, and therefore that could potentially create a pitfall. That's his concern.
That
you're laying lots of weights
concern
on
may be
weights.
right, but we have taken care. But when it comes to 1,21,000 total,
so it's 73% men, 27% women in your raw sample.
Right.
The rest of it is extrapolation.
So that's what I'm saying. Total sample size is 1,21,000. 27% of that roughly comes to 35,000 women we spoke to. 35,000 is too big a number to make out what's happening among the 50% of actual female voters.
Okay,
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
You see, when we talk about Labharti, I know it works on the ground. Say in Bundelkhand, impoverished, drought-stricken area where food grain is a big issue. Right. And it really was resounding, so BJP can do well there. But I have a little question. When it comes to a Labharti policy, food grain, everything, 20% of UP population are Muslims, 10% are Yadavs, and 10% could be Jatavs. Now that makes it 40% who will take all the benefits. I know Muslims don't leave the benefits. They get homes, they get everything. But they never vote for the BJP. Now you have 40% already out of that Labharthi big umbrella. So you might say that this 60% rest of them are all voting for the BJP.
Of course, yes.
Okay.
So I just wanted to ask you,
Yes,
that
go
don't
ahead.
you think that these days voters do not truthfully give their preferences? Because
See,
they are either they are afraid or they are very smart.
No. There is no question of any fear factor in Uttar Pradesh when voter is speaking out, unlike in West Bengal. And we always talk to them in a very peaceful manner, not on the road, not among the public. That is what it is called post-poll studies, because Election Commission has been to conduct the exit poll, which is on the same day. We do all our studies next day.
And have you gone by the exact caste dynamics of a constituency? Let's say there are 40%
Of course,
Kurmi.
yes.
You have gone to 40% Kurmi women?
That's what we say, representative sampling, not only the
No, it will
caste
never be
factor is-
40% Kurmi women. They'll adjust it to try and...
Not only the caste, we maintain age group, and also to the large extent the occupation we maintain.
Can I just ask you one before you go to the panelists, Rahul? Because the skeptics will say Pradeep Gupta. Pradeep Gupta got Bengal wrong. They're already throwing the number at me. All the SP guys are throwing.
They're right.
And you're right. You remember Bihar, which was a tough election because it was very difficult to sample size in COVID times at the time. But we underestimated the women vote and we got our numbers wrong.
Right.
Therefore, people will ask, एक बार गलत गए, दो बार गलत गए, तीसरी बार भी गलत हो सकते हैं क्या प्रदीप गुप्ता?
That's what I'm answering to that. Pradeep Gupta definitely can go wrong. But you have to see the right part also. We have predicted 48 elections right and 4 elections wrong. And that is how it is.
But you are that confident of Uttar Pradesh this time?
I'll tell you how much I am confident. My range is 288 to 326.
Yes.
If it turn out to 270s, let's say, 10 seats less.
No problem.
If you call it wrong, yes, I am wrong. And if this 326, I am very confident can go up to 336.
Chalo.
Then Yogi Adityanath will call you to Lucknow. You will get a private tour of the Kashi Vishwanath and the Ayodhya temple as well. That's Pradeep Gupta. He has a ticket to Boston and the ticket is contingent on getting this right. So there's a lot at stake, which is why he's got a new suit also. Don't miss that. Let's go across to Raghav Chadda. Raghav Chadda joins us and we'll focus
Aam
for
Adami
a
Party
moment
as well as a few others.
on the national significance. Raghav is on a phone. Sirji, are you with us or are you on a phone?
Also with us is Syed Zafar Islam and Supriya Srinath. But go ahead, Rahul, because both, I think the two big stories coming are Punjab and our Uttar Pradesh.
Raghav, do you hear us or not?
Please go ahead, Rahul.
No, now I do.
Okay, good. No, so yes, I see you are smiling and with good reason. Raghav's been slogging in Punjab. It seems jhadu chal gaya Punjab mein, and many congratulations, at least as far as this exit poll is concerned, Raghav. You've been very nervous the last several days.
I have been very nervous and all of us have been working very hard. We've given our blood, sweat, tears and toil to this election campaign, and I can tell you this election is for change. People of Punjab have overwhelmingly voted to make Bhagwant Mann their chief minister and voted in favor of the jodi, the combo of Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann. This is people of Punjab embracing
Are we talking
the
at this
Kejriwal
moment,
model of
Raghav,
governance.
to a potential deputy chief minister in the Aam Adami Party government in Punjab?
No, Rahul, I was only given the responsibility of making my party contest the election. I'm the in charge for the state, co-in charge. I am nowhere in the consideration for all these fancy offices that you have just said, number one. It's another thing that I hail from the state, but that doesn't mean I'm going to assume office in that state. That's point number one. Point number two, look, these results, if these are the results on the 10th of March, tell us that Aam Adami Party is perhaps the fastest growing political party in the history of independent India. If you were to rewind back to the birth of BJP, which had, the paraphernalia and the backing of the Jan Sangh, when BJP was incorporated, it took the BJP, if my memory serves me right, a decade, full 10 years to win its first state. And Aam Adami Party, which is 8 years into its existence, has already won Delhi.
Rahul Verma, is that correct?
And
that
is
the
now
AAP
going
is
to
the
form a
fastest
government in the
growing
state of
political
Punjab.
party in the country in India's electoral history? He says BJP took 10 years to win. Rajdeep, trivia.
Wrong.
How is it
Telugu
wrong?
Desam, 6 months.
2 states, boss. He's saying 2 states.
Has any party formed a government in 2 states in 10 years?
The Congress doesn't count.
No, I think there he might be right. There he would be right.
Nobody else is ready for
there he could be right. It is the startup of the decade.
Party to come
let Raghav smile. It is the startup of the decade.
He's become a political unicorn. He just hit a political unicorn status. Yes, Raghav.
And also at the risk of sounding immodest, let me say this, Rahul and Mr. Sardesai, that Aam Adami Party is going to be the national and the natural replacement of the Congress. Arvind Kejriwal-ji is going to be the principal challenger to the BJP come 2024, and I feel...
Let's not get carried away.
That's a very interesting. Let's take that forward. First of all, interesting you call him Rahul and call me Mr. Sardesai. Chalo, you recognize my age and white hair. But Supriya Srinath, very interesting, significant point that Raghav Chadha has made. He says if Aam Adami Party wins Punjab, Arvind Kejriwal takes over from the Congress as the natural challenger to Mr. Modi. This is a theme that many are talking about. The Congress cannot take on Modi. The BJP is more scared of Kejriwal and Aap than they are of you. If you lose all these elections, time up. Time to give up the national challenger post to the Aam Adami Party.
You know, like I said about Uttar Pradesh, let's not go ahead of ourselves. I would wish Raghav Chadha well, but he's not winning Punjab, and I can say that with some amount of confidence. What they tried to do in Punjab is shameful, but I'm not going to speak about it. The kind of polarizing factors that they brought in, they tried to play the Hindus versus the Sikhs. I'm not going to get into how they apologized to Mr. Majithia, the drug lords. I'm not going to get into all of that. But let's not step ahead of ourselves. Let's keep our humility intact here. To call yourselves the supreme challenger to the BJP is perhaps being a little foolhardy, and I don't think in politics that serves you right.
No, but at least they're fighting with passion. See, they're staking claim. Supriya, let's look at what's happening. Whether this is true or not, he's come over here, danke ki chot pe, Prime Minister Modi, BJP, I'm coming for you. That's the confidence, that's the spirit with which they are approaching their politics in comparison with the Congress, which had a chance in Uttar Pradesh, which had a chance in Uttarakhand, which had a chance in Goa. You simply didn't put up the kind of fight that AAP did in Punjab over the last 5 years to build the base, to be the agent of change.
You make me laugh, Rahul, and you make me laugh because are you trying to tell here that we did not fight in Uttarakhand or we did not fight in Goa?
Your man in Uttarakhand was helping douse the fires in Punjab. Your own party leaders were undercutting Harish Rawat's position. In Goa as well, your campaign was a bit of a mess. Some of these problems are the Congress's own creation. You need to look at the mirror in the face, ma'am.
You don't want me to, let's remember one thing here. These are exit polls. These are not results. We will talk on the 10th of March again, and maybe the tone and tenor would have changed. I will only say one thing. Let's not talk about internal differences because we all know how Mr. Amit Shah and Mr. Yogi were at loggerheads all throughout the elections. Let's not get into that. I will only say here, let's wait for the 10th of March. But the issues on the ground, whether it's in Uttar Pradesh or Punjab or Uttarakhand, continue to plague the electorate. And
many watching at this time, Raghav Chadha would say you are getting carried away, you are getting too far ahead of yourself. Even if you win Punjab, it doesn't mean that you will win Himachal or Gujarat or any other state. Go easy, go slow, don't get overexcited. Raghav.
No, I'm not getting overexcited, and I say this with a sense of responsibility that with the slow demise of the Congress, Aam Adami Party appears to me as not merely as a member of the Aam Adami Party or as co-in-charge for the party in Punjab, but as a student of politics, I can tell you, AAP seems to be the national and the natural replacement of the Congress. Number one. Number two, it's a bit rich coming from the Congress accusing the Aam Adami Party of polarizing the state of Punjab. If one party that should be accused of actually polarizing or attempting to polarize the electorate is the Congress party. It is the Congress party that shamelessly played the Dalit card and did the outreach among the Dalit Samaj. And, if these exit results come true, the Congress party then must concede that Punjab is perhaps the most secular state. Punjab refuses to get divided on lines of caste and religion and attempts to divide Punjab, go against the very grain of Punjab, Punjabi and Punjabiyat. And let me say this, give me 15 seconds, I'll give you an example to explain this. Because the Congress played this Dalit card, let me explain to them how Punjab psyche functions. Bahujan Samajwadi Party, which is considered to be a political party whose principal vote bank is from the Dalit community, was born in the state of Punjab. In fact, Kashi Ramji comes from the state of Punjab. But in order to practice their Dalit politics, they had to shut shop in Punjab and move to Uttar Pradesh because Punjab refuses to get divided. Mayawati ji fought elections
Raghav,
in one Lok Sabha election, one from Punjab, a seat from Punjab and one from UP. She lost the seat in Punjab and won the seat
Raghav,
in UP.
Let your
it goes to show that this goes
Rajdeep, I want you to build. Rajdeep, I want you to build on what Raghav Chaddha is saying. Let's throw that around the table. If the AAP wins in Punjab, do they emerge as a likely contender in a, say, 10-odd-year horizon to challenge the BJP at the center, or is it really the death knell of the Gandhi family where people will realize it's not the Congress that's dead, it's the Gandhi family that needs to make way for a new generation of leaders to come in who can revive the Congress?
Rahul, I've always believed one of the more fascinating questions in the lead up to 2024 and possibly 29 is Kaun Banega Challenger? This is a fascinating question because the fact is that there is a need for a credible opposition challenger. Rahul Gandhi has tried twice and it has been tough. You've seen one...
Tough?
No, 1 minute. 190 of the direct fights between the BJP and the Congress in 2019, the BJP won 175 by an average of 15%, a very big margin. So clearly the BJP was able to best the Congress. Therefore, it appears that the Congress is unable to challenge the BJP in direct contests. However, I maintain that the Congress is a brand which still has a large pan-Indian appeal. And replacing that kind of brand overnight is not easy. The Aam Adami Party will have... 1 minute, sir.
No, just one interview. No, you know the...
No, 1 minute, sir. Let me complete. No, I must complete.
Your signboard cannot be the signboard does not have appeals. Congress has left only signboard.
Okay, you say Congress has signboard. He's right. Every brand needs to reinvent. My view is the Congress is a durable pan-Indian brand that needs to reinvent. If it cannot reinvent, then naturally challengers will emerge. And how are the challengers emerging, sir? Two types. The challengers emerge through regional parties. There are 9 former congressmen who are chief ministers today in India. Mamta Banerjee, Jagan Mohan Reddy, they all carry the Congress in their name. YSRCP, Trinamool Congress. So the brand is there, but there are new people taking it over. Why? Because the Congress has failed to reinvent. The Congress has failed to offer a strong, credible, consistent leadership. And just one last point. Therefore, taking from the Aam Adami Party, the one advantage that the Aam Adami Party does have is that it is not confined to a particular region or regional culture.
But it takes a lot of time to build a party, right?
Exactly, sir. My point, Rahul, is we've learned this game enough. Let's assume on Thursday, AAP wins a big victory in Punjab. Does that mean the AAP can go into Gujarat and believe it's the natural challenger? No. Gujarat's politics is different to Punjab's politics. Can the AAP tomorrow go into Karnataka and openly challenge the BJP? No, because Karnataka's politics. Will we say, let us assume next year if Congress wins Karnataka or Congress wins Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan or Chhattisgarh as they did in 2018, ki Congress ka comeback hua hai? No. My point is the opposition first needs to find a credible narrative. Not enough for the opposition to say, "Main ek state jeet gaya," as Raghav is saying. Now we'll be the challenger. It will be a huge achievement for the AAP to win Punjab. But kaun banega challenger is a more complex question. It will require a credible narrative, a leader who can take the narrative.
What you were saying.
No, I think that Congress has...
And I did not mention the Gandhis, but you are right that the Gandhis will have to introspect if these results are what they are, if they are what they are.
But are they even capable of introspection? If they haven't introspected since 2014,
sir, I won't get it.
Yes.
Rajdeep, you know, the Congress party and those parties which are emerging, as you are telling about the AAP in 2 states, they have the same DNA, ideologically, organizationally, and the intent. All 3 have the same. So I think that these parties, there will be fragmented clients of these parties. Some party will be Andhra Pradesh, some party will be here and there. Bharatiya Janata Janata Party has emerged as a pan-India party. One, on the basis of leadership, Narendra Modi has highest appeal. The people are now conscious. They see the foreign policy, successful foreign policy, successful economic policy. And during the COVID regime, despite all the propaganda by the Congress party and the Aam Adami Party, India has led it.
Okay, let her respond. Since we are talking of the Congress, Supriya Shined, would you like to answer that if these exit poll results are right, will the Congress genuinely introspect? You can't, election after election, lose out, let's say, Uttarakhand, state of traditional anti-incumbency, make a mess of Punjab if these numbers are right, and say, no, we got everything right, we are still in the race. Do you understand the importance of reinvention or possibly even looking at the way your leadership functions if these numbers are right?
No, I will answer that question, but I do object to the fact that Mr. Asthana sits there giving yarn amongst your panelists and there are two of them from the BJP. But that said, Mr. Rakesh ji, आप तो पढ़े लिखे आदमी हैं, आप क्यों ऐसी बातें कर रहे हैं? You are saying the economic policy of the Modi government and the foreign policy is laudable. You really think so? 15 crore families in India earn half of what they do. Unemployment is the biggest menace of our times, and you believe economic policy has served well. You believe foreign policy has served well. We are secluded in our own neighborhood.
Voters have rejected your all.
No, let her finish. Let her finish.
The propaganda plan.
She did not intervene with you.
I did not speak in between.
But you answer our question. Supriya Shined, forget your battle with the BJP. Please tell me about Madam. No, I want a straight answer today. If these numbers are right, it's a big if. Will the Congress introspect and accept that it needs to change, reinvent, including perhaps say, look, time for a new leadership?
I don't believe these numbers are right to begin with. I don't believe the numbers of Punjab. I do not believe the BJP is coming back to power in Uttar Pradesh. So I'm not going to answer that hypothetical question because what I've seen on the ground is palpable anger against the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Okay, so what Raghav Chadha has done very smartly is, in his first answer, first he's accepted all the congratulations, then he's lit a fire and he's happily sitting back saying, forget Punjab, we're also coming for Delhi.
Rahul, I think these debates will go on and only election results will bear out what I say today, that Aam Adami Party, which is the fastest growing political party in the history of independent India, has arrived at the national scene. We've become a national force. We've become a force reckoned with at the national level. And I differ with the analysis done by Mr. Sardesai that now if we go to Gujarat, we can't be the principal challenger, or we go to Himachal and we can't be the principal challenger. I'm not saying that's our strategy, but I wish to say to him that with a narrative, with a credible face, with a positive agenda, elections are fought and elections are won, and that is what Punjab tells us. Aam Adami Party is the only party that fought this election with a positive agenda. When Channi Saab used to question the skin color of Arvind Kejriwal, Aam Adami Party used to respond with the promise of building good schools. When Shiromani Akali Dal used to make fun of Bhagwant Mann Saab's alleged habits, Aam Adami Party used to respond with the promise of building good hospitals. So therefore, let me just finish. Why are you interrupting me? What's wrong with you?
Let's not talk about positive agendas.
Have I stopped you from speaking? It's my turn. Let me finish. What's wrong with the panelists?
No, but now,
Mr. Sardesai,
Raghav, Supriya, no, 1 minute. Raghav, Supriya, the irony is the BJP, just a minute, sir. There are two stories. Punjab, Mike's down. There is the story of Punjab, there's the story of UP. Syed Zafar Islam has been very patient, as have Sandeep Shastri. Syed Zafar Islam, there are two narratives coming out today. If the BJP does remarkably well, it will perhaps give you the momentum into 2024 if these numbers are right. And there's also the question of the challenger that could emerge if the AAP does well. My question to you is, if these numbers in UP hold, do you believe that 2024 is a done deal?
There are two things, Rajdeep. First, 2024 is always a done deal purely because the Honorable Prime Minister had huge amount of admiration among the people of India, and particularly since we are talking about Uttar Pradesh, he enjoys the admiration that no other politician enjoys in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Away from that, when we are talking about in today's context and whatever exit poll suggests, every agencies have projected BJP as the single largest party as the winner. Whether we get a simple majority or whether we get 326 or 336 or 272 as Pradeep was mentioning, we are extremely confident that we will be able to win 2024 election, and we will definitely, these numbers will hold true.
And does that make Syed Zafar Islam, does that make Yogi Adityanath the number 2 in your party?
Well, there is no number 1, number 2, number 3 in the party. Everybody is a Karyakarta in the party. Everybody has responsibilities. These fancy offices,
let's get Rahul Srivastava to answer that. Rahul, what's the thinking within the BJP on this 1, 2, 3?
No, let me just Rahul, just 10 seconds.
Go on.
We often talk about Chief Minister's office, Prime Minister's office, but for us, we are always Karyakarta, and everybody has the responsibility with their discharge.
Okay. What's the thinking in the BJP?
See, Rahul, in 2017, was Yogi Adityanath the pick of the BJP, or was he largely the pick of the RSS and the BJP endorsed the decision? In 2016, in Hyderabad, there was a meeting in which two names were discussed as prominent leaders as emerging. One was Varun Gandhi at that time, and one was Yogi Adityanath. Yogi Adityanath, as a saffron-robed chief minister, was brought in to balance a lot of caste equations also, because BJP had won a huge mandate. 90% Brahmins and Thakurs had voted for the BJP. They wanted to balance that sector. But also there was a problem that OBCs and others had also voted, and saffron-robed chief minister was supposed to be caste neutral. And that is where lies the catch. Yogi Adityanath, if he wins this election with this majority, if the numbers hold good, will become a very popular leader in Uttar Pradesh, where Modi is also popular. Now, that popularity of a leader in UP cannot be swept aside, Rahul. It is UP we are talking about, which has given so many chief ministers.
Yogi Adityanath
Nobody can say Yogi can be written off
as
after
a
that.
force to reckon with in national politics. You can't take that away from him. Whether you like him or you dislike him, with this kind of a mandate, if this is the way the numbers end on the 10th of March, and Rajdeep, you know, when we were in Prayagraj, people, when they were describing Yogi Adityanath, these are supporters, you can call them bhakts if you will, but when he was describing Yogi Adityanath, he started crying. And the only other person I've seen this happen for is Prime Minister Modi. The other chief ministers, whether it is say a Vasundhara Raje Scindia, or it is a Shivraj Chauhan, or it is a Devendra Fadnavis, they may be able administrators to the extent that they are. They don't evoke that kind of passion, the kind of josh amongst the believers that Yogi Adityanath does.
Let me put it this way. The BJP has a core vote of 20%. That core vote is with Yogi Adityanath. They see him as a natural successor as part of the taking forward the Hindutva agenda. But elections are won on the incremental voter, the floating voter. Mr. Modi's great success was when he came from Gujarat, he was able to get that incremental voter. Being an OBC, I believe, made a huge difference, particularly in Bihar and UP, to Mr. Modi's aura around him. People sometimes tend to forget that, not just Hindutva, but also someone who was not from the traditional upper caste elite. Yogi Adityanath has been identified in the past with the Thakur Samaj. He himself has openly said it. To get the incremental voter, he will have to do more. Remember, Uttar Pradesh is not India. Mr. Modi today is a pan-Indian figure. Will Yogi become that? He could be. Nobody doubts that.
He has the perfect platform.
He has, look, he has. But I would hesitate to say that he will do it only because he wins UP. It requires a lot of work. It's not so easy. Mr. Modi has worked hard at building his pan-Indian image. Yogi Adityanath is also going to have to do that. Maybe Sandeep Shastri, do you think so? That if these numbers are right, Yogi Adityanath automatically becomes the next big face of the BJP? Or should we wait to suggest, to press the pause button and say, look, Mr. Yogi Adityanath will have to prove himself, for example, in South India? Dr. Shastri?
The next big face for the BJP, is there space for a next big space? I'm not sure. I don't think there is a vacancy for a space. But then I think the question is, let's also remember this, if our figures in UP in the exit poll come true, let's also remember the Prime Minister had a major role to play in the campaign, especially after the defections from within the BJP to other parties. The Prime Minister was the critical face of the campaign. Let's not ignore that factor also. I think that factor will have to be budgeted into any result. And if the India Today poll comes true, the results, what we are predicting comes true, let's also budget in the factor that the Prime Minister's role was critical in this election for the BJP. So I think we are possibly jumping the gun by trying to project the Chief Minister of UP in a very, very...
And I don't think Mr. Modi is going to the Margdarshak Mandal in any case in a hurry, but Preeti Chaudhary, when you were on the ground...
There is no vacancy, so we are not talking of a second, third, fourth position.
Sure. Did you see, Preeti, a pro-Yogi mood? My sense was Yogi stood for law and order. Stood for, in a way, sending out a message to the Muslims. I'm being politically incorrect there. Mr. Modi stood much more for the so-called Vikas agenda, the welfareism. Would you agree?
Well, I would agree, and why I'd say that, Rajdeep, is have you seen those ration packets that are going across in every household, the Bharatis that we are talking about?
Both their photographs
Both their photographs there, but Modi ji is very much there on that. Now, why...
Slightly bigger than Yogi.
Well, yes, I guess. But when you talk about what Yogi stands for, this election, but at least what I saw on ground, is Yogi Adityanath's election on ground. You can make that out when you go and talk to the voters. It's an out-and-out Yogi election. And when you talk about the fact of law and order, you know, I've been listening to all of you and I've been thinking of my own reports that what is it that I missed, you know, to miss such a massive wave. And one of the factors is, when I look at it, the whole issue of law and order. You know, one has assumed, most of us reporters that we were on ground, thought that this is not, there is no communal polarization that we are picking up. You know, it wasn't in our face communal polarization that we were picking up. But now when I look at it and I rethink and I step back, along with the Russian, the whole issue of law and order, and that, you know, inception by Yogi Adityanath, you know, we're talking about, and you know, the 80-20 ka sawal, garmi ka sawal, that whole inception has come, communal polarization has come through the route of law and order and suraksha. And that has worked both for the women, and it's also played into the hands.
But it comes back. No, one second. Rahul Verma, because my sense is, and this is controversial, in constituencies in UP where Muslims are more than 25%, there is an element of polarization that has continued to take place, and whether it's not 80-20, but it certainly benefits the BJP.
Law and order is that.
And it is reflected through, what is law and order?
Law and order is that.
Anti-CA mein, kisko jail mein dala, Musalmanon ko dala. When Mr. Yogi...
But Rajdeep, that's being very unfair. It's not just that. One second. The fact that women can go out in Uttar Pradesh after 7 p.m. at night, they're not scared, they're not afraid. You can't go on a caste base into a police station and say, I'm a Yadav, my case should be dropped. Those are significant achievements. You can't take it away. Yes, it is a Yogi Modi double engine, but you can't take away the effort that's being made on the ground and the work that's being done.
It cuts both ways. It cuts both ways.
Sir, just a minute. I won't leave it at that. There are two things. You're absolutely right. Many women, especially in Western UP, will tell you कि 7 बजे के बाद हम जा सकते हैं. In Lucknow,
across even in Eastern UP,
that's right.
Everywhere.
But there's a second point. When you speak about, there's an element of it that, and this is the argument that a lot of that the opposition made. Why don't you talk about where are the gundas of Eastern UP who are not Muslim? Why have you not arrested many of them? No, 1 minute. This argument is made. The fact is, whether you like it or not, what have been the issues where there has been strong action? On anti-CA, all the protesters were arrested. Many of them, their properties were confiscated. The Supreme Court has had to intervene now because some of them were ordinary rickshawalas. 1 minute. What was bulldozer? The fact is, there is a dog whistle. And there is no...
But Rajdeep, you are imposing your view on the data. Your view is not what the data is saying. The data is saying, and I want to read this very clearly, if the BJP wins, 27% of those who voted for the BJP said, Rajya ke vikas ke liye. You're a Delhi ka voter. The UP voters have voted. They're telling you what they think, they're telling you why they think the way they are.
Pradeep ji. Now, when we are discussing 2-3 things together, one is Modi and Yogi. Answer is here. Yes. How people have responded who have voted for BJP. CM Ummidwar, meaning Yogi ke liye 7% among BJP voters 7%. And Modi ke liye 8%.
Correct.
One argument. Second argument is that कानून व्यवस्था अच्छी हुई है 10%, राज्य के विकास के लिए 27%. Two things. Then सरकारी योजनाओं का लाभ मिला 11%. So now see 10% for the कानून व्यवस्था, 11% for the welfareism. What
Labharti.
It's the overall package, Rahul Verma. It's the overall package.
Yes, I agree there.
They've looked at the options. You can't say because he's anti-Muslim he's winning. That's really unfair.
I never said that.
No, I'm saying because you're saying particularly Muslims. People looked at their options. If this poll is correct, they've picked their choice.
You are
different parts of you.
You are devaluing the entire.
I am not.
No, you are devaluing the Yogi Adityanath's work in the Uttar Pradesh.
No, not
you are not seeing the infrastructure development.
If you cherry pick
law and order is meant for the hooligans, not meant for the Muslims or Hindus.
I will give you a list of the people.
Can you cite 5 names that they were Muslims? They were Muslims and they were arrested because they were Muslims.
Should I give you
If
the
a
list of
Muslim
the
is a
people
hooligan, he will be arrested. If a Muslim is a hooligan, Muslim is a criminal, the state will act.
No, but Rajdeep, the police doesn't act on the basis of caste. That's a big difference.
I'll tell you what.
The police doesn't even listen to its own MLAs, which is why BJP MLAs were upset.
One minute. One of the things that was told to me by a police officer, and this is to the credit of Yogi Adityanath, he said that previous governments में मुझे phone आते थे कि इसको छोड़ो उसको छोड़ो phone नहीं आते. Let me also tell you that the same police officer told me कि सर मायावती के राज में law and order बहुत tight थी. कि law and order, and you saw it during Ayodhya judgment, Mayawati also had a reputation of being very tight on law and order. The difference is Yogi Adityanath comes as a package deal. It includes delivery schemes, it includes law and order, it includes a certain anti-Muslim sentiment that exists. All of this comes together as a package deal. Don't run away from that. I'm not saying one is...
Can you cite 2 things that is anti-Muslim in Uttar Pradesh, what Yogi Adityanath had done? Just give me 2 instances.
Two rallies I will cite which happened in Western Uttar Pradesh.
I'm not talking the rally. Don't the polemical things. I'm just talking that in 5 years, Yogi Adityanath had done something which is going against the Muslim sentiment, which is going against the Muslims' welfare, which is discriminatory. Cite just 2 things. Don't go these are the empirical facts about the government.
Our poll is not showing that religious polarization is winning the election for the BJP. I'm not saying that.
But you are saying the anti-Muslim. How we are anti-Muslim? Just tell me how we are anti-Muslims. There can be, you can cite 2
Sir, the fact is that when you take a strong stand of the kind that Yogi Adityanath, for example, took...
No, the hard state is the fact. Hard state is essential.
Okay, sir, you don't want to discuss. I will show you the numbers and maybe the numbers one day of the people who are arrested, including their religious
those who are going against the civil society, they would be arrested.
So therefore you are saying Thakurs are not criminals?
No, who says that? Just tell me 5 Thakurs who are the criminals and not arrested. No, you are just imagining. Your imagination is not the truth. Your imagination is not the reality.
Let Rahul Verma, why don't you give us a more academic argument rather than a political argument?
See, political parties are always rooted in certain social cleavages, and they will actively mobilize on those things. Yes. They will sometimes use rhetorics, sometimes through their policies, and sometimes through their actions. Parties continue to divide society to make majorities for themselves. That's what parties do. They sometimes will create divisions on OBC, non-OBC, Yadav, OBC. So that's how divisions work in the society. And as Preeti was pointing out, not just rallies and manifestos during 5 years of governance, you can find enough examples of what BJP or CM Yogi Adityanath might have done on those things. I think what we were discussing is about that Yogi Adityanath or the BJP in UP managed to put forward a package deal on many of the platforms, and that's where perhaps Samajwadi Party basically came too late in the game, too little in the game. Like, think about this, like COVID was an issue. How much mobilization did Samajwadi Party do on that issue? Were Samajwadi Party workers present on the ground telling that things have gone bad, we are there to help you? Did they help migrants on that thing? So all of these things, like, there are always issues present in the society, but they have to be articulated, they have to be mobilized. Only then you can get advantage.
And let me add to what he said. Tejasvi Yadav had a single point message in Bihar on jobs. Main 10 crore naukri dunga. The problem with the Akhilesh campaign, it had mixed messages. Number 2, and maybe Pradeep's data will say it, just as Yogi Adityanath was identified with a particular type of politics, the Samajwadi Party is identified with Muslim appeasement. And it is identified with the number of criminals who are Muslims. Just a minute now, Mr. Sinha, who are seen to have been patronized by the Samajwadi Party. Mr. Azam Khan is in jail. Their candidate from from Kerala is in jail, and that has been used. I don't know whether your data captures this, but somewhere that messaging, and Rahul Srivastava has spent more years than UP than anyone else, has over the years कि ये जो पार्टी है ये मुसलमान यादवों की पार्टी है, ये मुसलमान criminals को patronize करती है, and that messaging has gone deep into the narrative through WhatsApp, through media management, and through reality.
See, Rajdeep, the BJP has changed the turf in UP. You see why I say change the turf? That if you see from temple, which is a tangible, difficult to deliver element, it brought in non-tangible elements like Kabristan, Shamshan. These are things which make people suspicious of each other. Sowing that seeds, that's why I say even this election will be decided largely by that sense of suspicion people have vis-a-vis Muslims.
Yes.
They turn Hindus inside a polling booth. That's what is the most dominating fact at the time of pressing the EVM.
Pradeep, does that show in your survey that people, even Jats, for example, who are part of the farmers' agitation, when he goes into the polling booth, has a different identity?
See, it is very clear and evident even in our poll that Samajwadi Party is largely, I am saying largely associated with first the Parivar ki party, second the criminals, then the misrule during the Samajwadi Party regime, particularly in small government offices and in police stations. This is what they were victim of. And the other side, I am coming to that. Then these Yadavs and Muslims were literally manhandling in so many cases when it comes to the Dalits. You are getting my point?
So non-Jatav Dalits in particular, therefore, will not vote for Yadav Raj.
Yes.
Similarly, non-Yadav OBCs will not vote because they fear a Yadav Raj. So that's why it comes. Yes, Gina.
We forget the near history. In 2017, Yogi was selected as a bad cop for a good cop, Mr. Modi. It was a very simple theory of good cop, bad cop in Uttar Pradesh, which was most important center point of...
So you play Hindutva and Vikas?
And no. Modi is a good cop, and Modi... whatever is for national,
sabka saath sabka vikas,
and just for a discussion, can we discuss ever that Yogi turning in suited booted politician?
No, but can I say
that
the pundits over here are being really unfair to Yogi Adityanath?
No.
You are taking away agency from the voters of Uttar Pradesh. If this is the way it ends up, Rajdeep, they looked at the options that were available. They said, we like what Yogi Adityanath is doing and we want him. It's not as if it happened by default or because he's anti-Muslim. People like the overall package.
Rahul said that people like Rajdeep is not ready to digest the landslide victory.
Sir, you are unable...
No, landslide victory is...
I am sorry, Mr. Rakesh Sinha.
No, landslide victory is not due to the communal polarization.
Mr. Rakesh Sinha,
this is the developmental agenda of Narendra Modi. Developmental agenda of the Narendra Modi one. Second, the law and order is very important and significant thing for any civil society. Without law and order, no civil society can grow.
Mr. Rakesh Sinha.
You know, Uttar Pradesh was just like a jungle Raj.
Mmr. Rakesh Sinha, I suggest you read... No, 1 minute, Mr. No, I will not...
You are not digesting landslide victory. This is the reality. BJP is growing as a party, as a national
not
party.
Able to understand.
Narendra Modi is a decisive appeal in this country.
Okay, sir. Nobody has denied any of it.
Playing role for the BJP
in UP
this is not good.
Sir, I have given you the reasons. I suggest you also do a bit of reading. Read my
I read your article.
You in fact said only an hour ago you got your analysis perfect.
At that time.
Suddenly you are turning around.
No, because after landslide victory you are changing your stance against the BJP. Every BJP is
just a minute now.
Such a big victory can't happen by default of Rahul. If it happens, it's happened because people liked what was on the packet, what was on the ticket. It's Yogi Modi together. They picked it, they liked it.
Sir, I have explained to you, and I don't think you all are understanding an explanation, that an election victory of this kind has various elements to it. Women vote in a particular way for law and order, Rashan Shasan. There are males who will vote possibly because they think that Samajwadi Party practices Muslim appeasement, is a Yadav Muslim party. There's a Kurmi who will vote because he doesn't want Yadav Raj. There are different factors that come together. The bigger factor is simply this, and this also is there in my article. UP, according to the voter, believes there are lack of credible options. I have given Mayawati opportunities over the years. She built what she called in 2007 a Sarvajan Samaj. It broke away because the Brahmins felt they weren't given enough of the power cake.
Okay.
Akhilesh was given his opportunity in 2012. there was a feeling that the Damangai returned, the Shivpal Yadavs and all were running their show. All of this is in recent public memory. It's not 30 years ago. The Congress, for example, to be fair to them, had certain very useful manifestos, but had no organization on the ground. In this environment, Yogi Adityanath plus Mr. Modi, center plus state, Hindutva plus Vikas, all of which comes together, if these numbers are right, to show a big majority. My point is, let us not reduce political analysis to say, oh, it's only Hindutva or it's only law and order. It's a complex range of issues, all of which come together at a particular time. And therefore, unless we do that, we will never understand if why these numbers are right.
Okay, final words.
And my final word to that is the woman voter. We have gone through all of this. When you see a 16% gap, you must understand, and therefore I give credit to Mr. Modi in particular, that he has redefined the politics in terms of addressing women voters and giving them status and saying, look,
but
I'm giving
it's
you
not
ration.
just Mr. Modi, that's the point I'm making. If women voters voted disproportionately for the BJP, it's also because of better law and order provided by the state government.
Of course it is. But
so
the fact...
It's the whole package.
What is status? कि मैं 7 बजे के बाद बाहर जा सकती हूँ, कि मुझे राशन मिल रहा है,
no harassment,
no harassment, मुझे उज्ज्वला मिल रहा है. You create a status around a woman. The Labharti Mahila is a critical factor. If you ask me, out of all these factors I mentioned, the one factor that I believe has helped the BJP offset anti-incumbency against local MLAs. You don't tell me that the local MLAs are performers. Most of them of the BJP, frankly, and the other parties are seen by the voter as non-performers. But because you have provided me benefits, especially during the COVID pandemic, I want to reward you. And that's what the voters are doing.
Okay.
That's according
Let's get
to me
final words. Let's start with Rakesh.
You know, demonizing Yogi Adityanath.
I haven't demonized
No,
him.
you are not.
I'm not demonizing.
A certain section
Please don't say that.
A certain section of intellectuals continue to demonize,
so you can tell them.
demonize Yogi Adityanath. You know that his governance is realized by the people. They are experiencing the governance. It is not that he is governing from some Mangal Lok and the people are not realizing that they need people like me and you to communicate the people. They are realizing everyday experience about the infrastructure, about the education, about law and order. Second thing, the Narendra Modi is a pan-India appeal. After decades, India got a stable government at the center. That central government is from northeast Manipur to Uttar Pradesh, so the kind of governance. And those people who say that BJP is doing the same caste and communal power, no, we are doing the constructive mobilization.
Okay.
Constructive mobilization is depends on that existing reactionary caste politics
final words.
And denying.
Any election, winning the election is winning the hearts of the people.
Correct.
It's very simple. And the issues or the deliveries or the performance which affect across the spectrum demographically and geographically, and most importantly, Indian demography in context, 80% is poor. The 100 vote cast, those who didn't turn up, I'm not counting that, is 80% is rural and poor. Their livelihood depend on government social welfare schemes, the delivery, the vyavastha. So unless it touches across all the spectrum, the case, the ideal case is Naveen Patnaik. There is no Hindi Muslim, there is no organization, there is no vocal factor, there is no visibility. Why is he winning the election? And surviving
Kalyan.
That's the 80%. That's the 80%.
Agreed.
And Garib Kalyan also include law and order situation if it is in the bad shape.
Okay.
Right, okay.
Rahul Verma, final words. What's the big takeaway nationally?
The emergence of women voter. If these surveys, basically the indication that is coming out, if this is true, we need to figure out why they are voting in such large numbers for BJP, and if that's going to be there for a longer time, we are seeing a tectonic shift in Indian politics.
Absolutely, I agree.
Preeti, final words.
Well, okay, I am a little suspect, though I would have thought that, if the BJP was given an edge, I would have completely agreed. Why am I suspect is because of the woman 16% gap there. In places like Western Uttar Pradesh, where 9 seats you've given in the first phase, I find it difficult because I found it very difficult to talk to women, I'm a woman, and I didn't speak to them on the streets. I was going to their houses, I was sitting there with them, I was having a conversation. what I feel that women in UP don't have that kind of agency, because we're talking about agency and women, that women of a Bihar or a women of West Bengal had. They have, you know, they think differently, because I've dealt with all of them. I still find it very difficult that women would be en masse voting out of
So I think the biggest takeaway is, if this is true, the BJP's arithmetic of 2070s is intact, and the chemistry of subterranean Hindutva still is working.
Sheila,
I think 14, 17, 19, 22 teaches us that Modi is consciously 24/7 ensures that he does not make any political mistake, correct? His entire concentration is in being politically correct for his core constituency. He has not made any mistakes since 2014 that should frustrate opposition. Second thing, that Modi has turned Garib Kalyan Mela this country.
He made a huge mistake with demonetization, but we can debate.
Take it back.
No, farm laws I can, but let me just say.
People do make mistakes, but
So let's not say no one has made a mistake.
They do.
He has made mistake, but he's politically clever.
That mistake was, it turned into mistake. It was a political correctness. It was in a Indira Gandhi mold. See, so he was trying that. And third thing, I think the big mistake Akhilesh Yadav made, and we must make mention of it, that in Western UP, where Jata votes were there, and everybody knew that vote share of Mayawati will decrease, Akhilesh Yadav should have ensured not only he gets that vote, but also ensure that BJP doesn't get that vote. I think this result would have been much different if Akhilesh Yadav had concentrated on Jata votes.
Okay, let's be honest. I don't think that's going to happen so easily. The Yadav-Jata conflicts are much deeper.
Yes,
that's why I said,
but he had a 5
Sheila,
years.
with due regard, please understand, this is a very complex state, which needs to be understood, therefore, with complexity. My takeaway is simply, which I've just tweeted, if the India Today exit poll predictions are right, especially for UP, there is just one vote bank that probably matters more than any other today in India, Mahila Labharti. It's a Ration Sashan election if the numbers are right. This is as far as UP is concerned. As far as Punjab is concerned, I think it shows that the Congress faces serious problems when it comes to political strategy. If Uttarakhand is right and the BJP is winning that, it shows the Congress doesn't have the organization on the ground to translate even anti-incumbency into an election victory. And therefore, two opportunities are opening up. One is Kaun Banega Challenger, where if Arvind Kejriwal wins, he will have a certain positioning for the future. But it also shows Hindutva plus Vikas in North India and in the Hindi heartland is a very potent force. I won't call it Modi Yogi. I will say Hindutva plus Vikas as defined by welfareism of the kind that is projected through Ration.
And if the YouTube data is any indication, what's very clear in this poll of polls is that the India Today coverage over the last 4 hours had a bigger margin of victory than the Access My India projection for Uttar Pradesh.
Really?
Huge lead, huge lead. Rajdeep, you're also trending for all the wrong reasons, I must tell you
My poor daughter has told me, Papa,
I hope your children don't watch
My daughter has told me, if you ever trend again, I am not going to be talking to you. I find
What's the problem with you trending?
Because you see, they take selective bites. My debate with him will go on. Now, the fact that 1 hour ago, the same person said your analysis was perfect will not come out, but his debate and mine on Hindutva will come. I have no problem with any of that. I have decided now, last election hai, Rahul.
Modi ji is not retiring, he's much older than you. Kya karoge? Rajdeep for CM in Goa?
No, not CM.
If it's a hung house, Rahul, it's a good option.
Rajdeep throwing his hat in the Chief Minister's ring.
For Goa.
Goa.
Where he's got his cousin over there, the guy might get, Vijay Sardesai might get.
His media
advisor. So he could be a consensus candidate.
I'm looking forward to his media advisor. And
you will go as media advisor.
Tons of money there.
Then why am I stuck in the media place? Everybody else is going to Goa. We can get some land near Sindhudurg by the beach. It's not a bad idea.
Rajdeep, just accept that BJP is not what you think. It is
okay, so let me just say, remember Rahul, final word, this is just caveat, this is an exit poll.
That's true.
Everything I have promised also with Pradeep Gupta, if his numbers are right, like we did with Aam Adami Party, we will have sweets that day if he's right.
You won't dance again, right?
If you want me...
No, we don't want you to dance. Rajdeep, really. I was away studying. You were dancing. Bad idea. You don't need to dance. We need to wrap up. We'll have more for you. See you at 7 a.m. the 10th of March. Hopefully all of what we've said over the last 4 hours still holds. If it doesn't, we're like commentators. We'll just do commentary on what's happening at that time. But we'll see you at 7 a.m. on the 10th of March. Thank you for tuning in through this evening today. I hope you enjoyed it.
at the crossroads of connections.
Have you heard this?
When old songs touch hearts, where memories connect, and distance no longer parts. Tragedy is human. Its stories have to be gathered and told, shared, felt, and the world informed.
At Kiev, Ukraine, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air. And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Hello and welcome to an India Today special broadcast that comes to you from the strife-torn Ukrainian capital Kiev. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Over the course of the next 1 hour, India Today, with its biggest team of reporters on ground here in Ukraine, will get you a 360-degree view of the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. From Kyiv to Kharkiv to Irpin to multiple other locations, we bring you our top stories from Ukraine.
Dozen days marked by damage and debris. Russia calls 4 cities ceasefire, but shelling on. Day 12 combat gets more heated, visible.
The shelling in the...
India Today war front reports go viral. Ukraine reduced to hellscape by bombing. India Today reports from 6 besieged cities.
The backdrop is the Ukrainian army stalling the advance of the Russian forces.
India's most watched reporter goes live.
You can hear the shells. This is Irpin. This is where the fight is taking place even as we speak.
Unmissable evening broadcast from Kiev.
Irpin is the center of battle currently in Ukraine. Irpin is barely 21 kilometers from the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. It is the heart of the battle, and India Today's team was reporting from ground zero in Irpin, where Russian soldiers and Ukrainian soldiers are fighting pitched battles. Russians to capture Irpin en route Kiev, and Ukrainians as a desperate attempt to save Kiev and stall the Russian advance at Irpin. India Today's Pawan Kumar and I bring you our top story.
For the Russians, the route to Ukraine's capital, Kiev, goes through Irpin, the small town bracing up for a major offensive by the invaders.
There are trees that have been cut and put on roads. There are barricades that have been set up across multiple areas here.
The Ukrainian army here is battle ready and is taking every possible step to stall a Russian advance.
They are shielding this city. They're protecting this city even as we speak. The shelling in the backdrop is the Ukrainian army stalling the advance of the Russian forces. A very crucial bridge has been destroyed, and this bridge has been destroyed. Now the shelling is closed. This bridge has been destroyed to prevent the Russians from moving forward. The effort is to stop them at Bucha. The effort is to stop them at Ostomel, and the effort is to stall them here at Irpin.
The Ukrainian army has a full-fledged battle plan in place to strategically block the enemy.
On this road, there are soldiers with anti-tank guided missiles. There are soldiers with surface-to-air missiles. Now, if the Russian charge comes and they're backed by attack helicopters, anti-tank guided missiles and attack helicopters both will be, the anti-tank guided missiles will destroy the tanks. The surface-to-air missiles will destroy the helicopters or aircraft that accompany this Russian charge that is expected.
Amidst the heavy shelling, injured soldiers are being ferried out and supplies rushed into the city that has witnessed maximum airstrikes till now.
Every few minutes, there are ambulances that rush in from Irpin carrying injured soldiers and those who are desperate to leave. For example, one more emergency vehicle has just fetched up. It is bringing in people from Irpin. The International Red Cross also has food, medicines, water, doctors all on standby at this entry point. In vehicles and in hundreds, people are trying to flee Irpin at this point of time.
While men are staying behind to put up a fight, women and children are escaping from the city looking for safe zones.
It is heartbreaking to see how many women have come with just a small bag, taking whatever they can, finding whatever they can, and whatever they can carry, because it is not possible to carry just about everything when you turn up. Absolutely heartbreaking scenes.
A few brave ones have decided to stay back to help the men in uniform.
We don't know how long this is going to last.
Yeah, nobody knows. We are praying that it will not be long, but who knows? We need to be prepared. We need to be strong by God's grace. People are escaping, trying to survive, and we are here to just provide some basic food, tea, and now Red Cross is helping also.
Even after ceasefire announcements, Irpin is not letting its guard down. The city knows that it's only a matter of time before the huge Russian attack takes place. With Gaurav Sawant and Geeta in Irpin, Bureau Report, India Today.
12 days of death and destruction, 12 days of Russian assault in Ukraine. And 12 days, Russia still is not in control either of the largest city and the capital, Kiev, or the second largest city, Kharkiv. And Russian attacks both on Kharkiv and Kiev are relentless. The fighting also taking place in multiple other centers, as our next report gets you details.
A tale of two cities. Two cities which Russia wants but does not have yet. The battle for Kharkiv has gone on for at least a week now, and Ukrainians have refused to back off, leading to an all-out confrontation on the streets of Ukraine's second largest city. Ukraine claims a desperate Russia is now targeting civilian settlements. 8 people died in shelling after a sleepless night in Kharkiv. Residential buildings were engulfed in flames as people lost their homes, their everything in war. With the situation becoming more volatile in Kharkiv, tens of thousands of people gathered at the railway station, desperate to get out and keep their families safe. Meanwhile, this is how the capital city of Kyiv looks. With Russian troops edging closer and closer, the airstrikes continue unabated, leaving behind a trail of destruction on the streets of the capital. Unbelievable that this is how the beautiful, bustling city of Kyiv looked just 12 days before the conflict began in Ukraine.
More than 100,000 people crossed the border to Kyiv. It's all men that will fight for our country.
Governor, the attack, we are told, is happening at Hostomel, in Irpin, in Bucha. How much time, in your appreciation, before this part of Kiev where we are, how safe is this and how safe is this likely to remain?
It's very simple, never. Never.
We've shown you how so many civilians have decided to take up arms. Women who've never picked up a gun, now armed to the teeth to defend their country. They're all geared up.
You need a tremendous amount of training to be able to do this, to be able to hold a gun, to be able to wear this life jacket, this vest, this bulletproof vest, and the helmet, which is also pretty heavy, and then go into combat to fight for Ukraine against the Russians.
The all-out Russian offensive has led to a fight like no other for Ukraine's mega cities, and Russia claims Ukraine is responding by attacking rebel-held territories. A massive explosion rocked an oil depot in rebel-held Luhansk, Moscow claiming Ukrainian forces were behind the attack. 12 days on, the fight for Ukraine continues. Russia wants to get control of Kyiv and Kharkiv, and reportedly hopes to end the fight by this weekend. But Ukraine has made it clear they will not go down without a solid fight. With Geeta Mohan in Kyiv, Bureau Report, India Today.
One missile after the other. 8 missiles rained on the Vinnytsia airport here in Ukraine. Russia almost has total air supremacy. Ukraine desperately requires additional aircraft, but it's pounding airfields. Russia is pounding airfields to ensure that the 14 airfields that it has been targeting should not be used by Ukraine. Ukraine has desperately been demanding a no-fly zone over this area, a demand that has not been accepted by the North Atlantic Treaty Organization countries. Russia has warned a no-fly zone over Ukraine would be seen as an act of war.
Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 8 back-to-back Russian cruise missiles hit Ukraine's Vinnytsia airport. This is how Vinnytsia Havrashov